Yeah.
There you go, Lauren.
Okay, so we'd like to call Summer Village White Sands Council meeting April 9th at 9:31. Call to order, please. And adoption of the agenda. Is there any additions to the agenda? Anybody?
No.
No.
Wants to approve that.
Okay, we need a motion to approve.
Sure.
Again,
Approved.
okay, previous minutes. Did anybody have anything?
Everything looked fine to me.
That's a first. I don't have anything either.
I'm gonna go. Who wants to move the motion to accept the minutes?
I will do that.
Oh,
Okay,
Oh, sorry. We're all just looking.
all in favor? Yeah.
okay. All right,
Okay, so
you're going
we
to,
have to adjust the system for the public hearings. We have two today
Yeah, so you're gonna call a recess of the
meeting.
regular meeting, and you're gonna move into the public.
I'm at 9:33.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now we're moved to call the order.
Yeah, so at 9:33, we have recessed the regular council meeting to move to public hearings.
Yes,
And it's all carried, made the motion.
Okay, oh, that was about our call it. Who made the motion?
I don't know.
Okay,
Keeps it formal.
Well, you never know.
And then you will do a
Let us
motion.
know when you're,
I'm ready.
so they can interact too.
Do you wanna do a motion to open the public hearing for the road closure bylaw?
I was gonna do the
What to call it?
public notification bylaw first. Is that okay?
Sure.
Well, you got it on the agenda the other way. That's what you got.
Oh, we got our first dissension of the meeting.
I'm not, whatever you decide.
There's no one logging in on Zoom,
There's no one.
no, just us.
Okay. So,
Sort of notification, right? Public notification?
yeah,
Oh.
bylaw 215-25 road closure bylaw.
Okay,
Yeah, and there's no electronic participants.
okay,
Can you note that
yeah.
in the opening of the public hearing? I need to track everything.
Okay, I'd like,
No non-present,
And yeah,
I know, yeah.
physically present at the gallery.
Physically,
no public attendance in the gallery.
So we'll call this to order
okay,
at whatever time, I guess.
9:35.
Okay. And if there's no one, is this gonna be live or?
This live stream,
Live stream.
follow the process.
Okay, so the introductions, we have with us Councillor Dan Zimbo, Councillor Paul Ashford, Mayor Norm Thurston, CAO Melissa Beebe, and recording secretary Aaron Manzarella.
Weinsel.
I never did that.
That's great.
Poor Peggy. Okay, so the purpose of the public hearing, Melissa, do you wanna take us through it?
Yeah, the purpose of the public hearing is to allow all interested parties to address council on the proposed road closure for road plan 4117 MC for the purpose of providing a parcel of land for the Truckville Water Station that exists there and continue the regular operating as it is today and does not affect the existing alignment of Buffalo Road. Bylaw 21525 road closure was advertised for 2 consecutive weeks, once on March 27th, 2025, and then April 3rd, 2025 in the Stettler Independent newspaper, and I have attached them in the package. Additional advertising was completed on March 16th, 2025 by posting on the municipal Facebook page, which is public, the municipal website, which is public, the municipal building poster on the door, municipal newsletter, we did an email list, and that's website, Facebook is where that's all posted, and shared to What's Up at White Sands Facebook, which is a private site. March 13th, 2025, notification was mailed out to adjacent landowners, utility companies, and other interested parties. The ones that were considered adjacent landowners was 10 Irma's Way, 26 Irma's Way, 12 Municipal Road, 13 Municipal Road, Southwest 2740-20-4, which was County of Stettler, so we gathered that info. Northwest 2240-20-4, County of Stettler, Northeast 21-40-20-4, County of Stettler, so we gathered their mailing information and contacts. Apex Utilities, Telus Communications, Atco Electric, they would all be interested parties. The Stettler, okay. Shirley McClellan Regional Water Line and County of Stettler, so they both got the notification. East Central Alberta Catholic Schools was notified and Clearview Public Schools. And as it sits and attached, we received in the package that we got a response. So the only responses we received, no other responses from the property owners or adjacents. Apex did respond. They've given us the right of way that they want registered, so that's as part of the package. And Atco Electric contacted and said no concerns. So other than that, we've received no other concerns noted from any of the adjacents.
I recall hearing that there was some confusion with some residents about whether this would impact access to the water station, which it doesn't, but
It doesn't, correct.
has that all been resolved, all those questions from landowners?
Yes. So what happened there was I did, and I'll tell you the written stuff I did receive as we continue through this package, and I answered any questions that I received through email, and they have not come back with any concerns. But that's all part of this package too.
Okay.
But yeah, we did send out a couple more clarity things up on Facebook, our website, just to make sure everybody had a clear understanding of that section. In the newsletter, we added extra.
Yeah, we put it on our Facebook and website too.
Yeah,
And it was just, we doctored up, just saying there is gonna be no changes. It was, and I think it did kind of hit people funny. They thought that maybe the road into the truck fill station was gonna get done away with, but that's how,
Yeah, they see the road closure and they go
you know,
access.
but anyway.
yeah, it was, I think it was just the misreading of the notification because it says it's staying exactly as it is. But then the clarity we just provided.
Okay, so written submissions. There was no concerns. There was some emails and someone give you a ring
Yes.
and that was all.
Yeah, so written submissions, I'll just bump mine up a little bit here. The written submissions that I received was one voice call, that was 68 Lakeview Avenue, April 4th, 2 emails, Megan Neufeld, March 17th, Christine Adams, March 17, and they were seeking clarification, which was provided and no other concerns noted in opposition of the bylaw.
Okay, and then there was Apex and Atco there.
Yes, which I did note in the,
Okay, now, verbal presentation, do we have,
I have nobody on Zoom and no one in the gallery.
okay, so I guess, since there's no interaction, it's the verbal. And the question period, I guess, would be just within council, is council really clear with what is going on and
Yes,
it would be preferred if the chair would call out 3 times.
okay, verbal presentation, so I'll call for any verbal presentation up to 5 minutes per speaker in support or in opposition of the bylaw.
Nobody.
No response. The chair will call a second time for any additional verbal presentation. And the chair will call a third time for any additional verbal presentation, and seeing none, I guess we'll clear off to the question period, which there doesn't seem to be any concerns at all. So it's time to adjourn the public hearing.
At 9:43.
9:43, yeah.
Right? Excellent.
Okay, so now we have another public hearing, bylaw 21425. So this is a public notification bylaw that we're mandated to put together so that we can do the procedure to let the people know there's a public hearing coming. And this document, once it's approved, would be lasting until there's a change within the Municipal Government Act that we have to rescind it or change it. So this will last us as long as we can, doesn't have to be changed for any other public hearings that we have.
Yep, meetings, everything. This covers all the areas for you so that if you have a change in a resolution of a meeting date, these are the methods that we can use to.
Okay, so we will call this one to order
9:44.
9:44. So it's bylaw 214-25 public notification bylaw.
is it 214 or 213? Sorry.
214.
Okay, just on the meeting package, at one point it says 213-25, but we can hit that one. Page, am I on page 12? Page 17.
And the public hearing agenda one?
No, I'm in the council package.
And the council
council
package.
package, sorry.
They must have really fixed your eye, Paul.
It's good to catch this.
Well, yeah, because these things sometimes can come and bite you.
Oh, good, yeah.
Finding it.
Page 17.
Yeah, I found it. It's at the very top of the bylaw.
Oops,
That can be amended on the bylaw
yes, and there's something
when you
else.
go into that, yeah.
Okay.
It should be 214.
Oops.
Okay, introductions, we have with us Councillor Zimble, Councillor Ashford, Mayor Thurston, CEO, Melissa, Recording Secretary, Aaron.
Weitzel.
I like that. Names are hard.
So Melissa, purpose of the public hearing, can you take us through there?
Yeah, the purpose of the public hearing is to allow all interested parties to address council on the proposed public notification bylaw. This bylaw allows the municipality to include electronic means for advertising on top of the original MGA 606 requirements allowing for a publication circulating in the areas such as newspaper and or postal mail out, which is all they had in that section. So this bylaw allows for electronic options that would be more suitable for the composition of residents within the summer village for notifications. So bylaw 21425, public notification bylaw, was advertised on March 27th, 2025 and April 3rd in the Stettler Independent newspaper as per the MGA section 606. March 16th, posted on the municipal Facebook page, public, municipal website, public, municipal building, municipal newsletter, and shared to WhatsApp at White Sands, which is private.
Okay. So, during this, have we got anybody online?
Nobody.
No, but can you walk through public hearing procedures? Cause it would be
Sure.
good to have it noted.
Okay, the chair will state the public rules of conduct that will be followed during a public hearing. So, first of all, we would do, written submissions, shall be tabled first and read into the record. So it would be for and against. The public hearing is only to comment on the proposed bylaw, and that's fairly strict. So that's another piece of the rule. And participants wishing to speak would have to, must give their name for the record. Anybody wishing to support or oppose the bylaw will be given opportunity up to 5 minutes to speak. Councillors may wish to ask questions of the speakers after each presentation for clarification purposes or direct questions to other presenters. And there will be no debating between participants and presenters allowed. And that's a fairly important one because that's happened in the past and you have to put the hand down.
Yeah,
It's not it's just not allowed. During the question period, any questions from the floor shall be addressed through the chair. So that's basically the rules.
yes, cause this isn't a public, or it's a public meeting, but it's not a open forum.
Yeah. So written submissions, was there any written submissions?
None. I have received no written concerns in regard to public notification bylaw 21425.
Okay. And verbal?
I haven't received any, but I'll let you proceed with the
No one on Zoom.
participants or gallery that we may have.
Okay, we have no one on our
No one on Zoom.
Zoom machine and no one in the gallery. So I guess we could ask for anything from council.
No concerns.
No concerns.
Don't make
Okay,
your 3 calls.
okay, second time, the chair will call for second time for additional verbal presentation. Hearing none, the chair will call third time for any verbal presentations. And there's nothing. So we will move on to question period. Is there any questions from anybody in the room? Council?
No.
Okay, so we'll adjourn this public hearing at
9:50. Alright. I will.
Now you can resume your regular council meeting.
There it is.
Okay,
Who wants to call that to resume?
I'll make a motion to
Okay.
resume. Okay. Bylaws, or sorry, delegation, there is none. Bylaws and policies, so 6.1, rescind policy 2, tax recovery administration fees.
as what's provided in your discussion thing, we've been reviewing the current policies and bylaws of the Summer Village of White Sands. And it has come to our attention that policy 2 deals with fees for tax recovery, which with alignment with the MGA, municipalities are required to have bylaws to create revenues for fees and services. Summer Village of White Sands has a fees and services bylaw 21325, which was passed in a regular council meeting in February 2025, and it's continually reviewed each year during the budget process. So we are requesting council to rescind the policy.
And the reason for the rescinding is we have an updated policy.
You
So
have an
we're-
updated
We're
bylaw.
rescinding it so that there's not a duplication and
Yeah.
clarity.
And
And anytime you collect fines, it's supposed to be in a bylaw. So at first, you didn't need to, it's just a policy. But now with MGA, you have to have a bylaw. So now you need that.
And did you do a double check that everything that was in this old policy is adequately covered in the new current bylaw?
And yeah, because we also have a current bylaw on all this kind of stuff for taxes.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the rescinding of policy
Do
2.
tax recovery administration fees. Wonderful. Good.
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, current policy name and proposed changes, name and numbering and categories.
Yes, so we've been reviewing and we need, we don't have enough policies and we don't have them rightly set, so we're trying to fix this. So what we have done is we've attached and created a new system to standardize it better and to get the sections more clear. So what we are wanting you guys to do after you've reviewed it is to approve the proposed changes of the current policies and continue the new category titles. And to approve the proposed changes of the current policies with amendments.
So ADM is administrative, CNL is council,
Council, yeah.
roads, parks and rec, and all society.
Yeah.
That's the 5
Yes.
categories.
Yes. We just thought it would be clearer and it makes it easier for us to start making the proper systems that we need. Right now, running it from I1 to Roman numeral, whatever, doesn't quite work.
And old policies that have been rescinded, no longer in effect, they would just keep their old names and they just be
It's
that
just,
way.
yeah, there is
Yes.
rescinded, yeah.
Yeah, because we keep track of everything so that we've got a tracking system.
Right.
Yeah, so I have like in the red, there's 3 that wouldn't have it. Cause the policy 5, no renew, was rescinded back in November 15, 2021. So it wouldn't be on there either, same with policy 2 and policy 1, which we dealt with last, within the, since we
Okay.
moved on.
So there's limited value in going back and recategorizing the old policies.
That have already been rescinded.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
But this will set us up with the standard now for the rest of the policies moving forward. And the new titles for the ones that are still existing.
Yeah, so the rescinded ones, they're still record though,
Yes,
and that's what the government does too with theirs on the website.
yes.
They're rescinded.
And on the new ones, do we have any indication that this policy replaces the rescinded policy XYZ?
If you notice on policies, what we've been trying to do is make sure that it shows, if it was amended, when it was amended.
Okay,
Original, amended, so that we can start, it's good to track on these policies when you amend, because then when somebody wants to come and question something, we can say, the original one was this, it's been amended.
Yeah.
And it was amended.
so
again
there
here.
is a reference to amended and rescinded policies.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And so
Yeah.
when we change the title on these ones, like policy 4 becoming admin 1.1, will there be a note on the policy that just says previously titled policy 4?
That's what we're gonna do as we continue working through these policies and bringing them in line and getting the formats all there is. Everything needs to be tracked so that people will be able to understand, and the binder also will start collecting where These were all the policies and how it's changed.
So will council have to approve each name individually?
No, we're keeping the names, we're just changing the number, that's
The
why
numbers
we've got
are
it listed
category.
here, that's why we want you guys to approve that these numbers will now be in sync and we'll start showing all this, and this is going to stay with the binder now.
Okay, I just think it may be helpful to, within like the ADM 1.1 document, when you download it, that it say, you know, previously called policy.
Yes, yes,
Just so somebody says, okay, yeah, it's not two different policies.
yeah, I agree, and that's where we're trying to, we gotta get the number system correct now, and then we'll move these under that was previous
Yeah.
policy
Okay.
B1.
Yeah, okay.
Just creates a roadmap.
And then your newer ones won't have a previous, cause they'll start having the
Yes.
new numbers.
Yes,
Yes,
okay.
yeah,
It seems like a good initiative, more clear.
Streamlines it.
Yeah.
we're trying.
It makes it easy too for us to go finding like policies, like, oh, this is a mid one, I'm gonna look under this part, or this is a roads one. Which right now we only have one roads one, but if we do want to build more on that.
Yeah.
And with Parks and Rec.
Yeah, it's basically a file system. I
Yeah.
think eventually probably the min one could be broken down more too.
Yes, because what it does is it sets the policy standard of how we do things. And we haven't been able to have some consistent things so that if there's ever transitions, it's easier to reference. This is the policy that says how we do stuff.
Yeah, and that's important too, especially when you're changing staff.
Yes, cause like grass cutting, eventually that's a policy we have to bring to you guys. What are you gonna tell us so that we can kind of make sure within the budget? It's like snow removal, same thing. What's your levels?
I don't see the transportation policy in here. Where would that be? Or is it?
That's a bylaw, I think.
That's a bylaw, so not a.
That's
policy.
why I
Okay.
guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these are just policies.
These are
Yes.
just policies, yeah.
Okay, we need a motion.
Yes.
I'll make the motion then to accept the name change of the policies to this new formatting system.
Number and categories as presented.
Yes.
All right.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, 6.3. Social media. And this is
This is new.
Yeah, this is the new policy, so I was hoping, if not, I was gonna revert back to the old policy numbers.
So what we really need to have something to lay out how social media is gonna work, so. We haven't had anything formalized, so we're trying to create something, so. We want clarity, consistency, risk mitigation, public trust and engagement, and crisis communication. So it just kind of lays that out a little better, and we were hoping for feedback from, how do you guys feel with this?
Yes. I had to start somewhere.
I felt it was good. I had just a few notes on some of the details of it, but overall, I think it's a good initiative. I can go through my individual ones. The purpose of it, it mentions principles expected of all employees and counselors. Should we specifically say and mayor too, or I know
I could change it to
and
elected
mayor is a
officials.
counselor as well, but
I could change it to elected
We could
officials.
put it to elected officials,
okay, because
and
it
then
just,
that's wide open
yeah,
to everybody.
okay, because it could be misinterpreted to say the mayor doesn't apply.
I'm good with change that to elected officials.
Okay, so that would be in the purpose section and also in the scope section.
where their counselors was misspelled as well, the scope section. So
Thanks.
we're changing that word to elected officials, easier to spell.
Yes, yes.
You know, I've always wondered, is one L or two L's, because you see
It's
both.
both.
It's both
Is
from what I,
that like
Yeah.
British and
It's
US
like, I
spelling?
think it is.
British and American, there's two
I
different.
never write that out with a spell check saying I'm wrong, and no matter which way
Yeah.
you do it.
Yeah, I tried to give it, yeah.
Yeah, counselors is wrong.
But there was no N, so
Definitely.
either way,
Thank you.
one L or two, it's still.
Yeah.
To
Okay.
elected
The Canadian
officials.
British is one L, American is two. That's what it is.
Okay, usually the British puts in the extra character.
Yeah, that's what I was just gonna say.
Yeah,
Okay,
So to elected officials from councilors.
That makes it so much easier.
Yeah,
okay.
I also had a question regarding 4.1.4 and FOIP. So if it's saying sharing event photos, provided signed authorization is obtained. So if we want to post a photo of an event that occurred at the hall and we want to put, we have to get authorized signature
You
of
should.
everybody in the
You
picture.
should. You
Okay, but
should.
So-
this is saying we will, so. Or
okay,
it's-
yeah, so for the municipality, if I was at the thing and taking pictures, I would have to get everyone to sign the foot for it. That was there, what if I took a picture, whatever the event,
It's like
their
the
faces,
schools.
like if their backs, you don't have to say the schools.
Yeah,
Yeah,
same thing.
I have to sign a foot thing every year for my kids.
Well, then there will never be a photo posted.
Or you do the backs of people, or you blur out faces, like,
That kind of felt like it was going a little bit over the,
yeah,
a little excessive.
it can be, but then your part, you're
Most
also
of the time,
protecting.
we
We're
would
not
be doing
there.
any
We
of that.
don't do it part of
We
that.
don't post it, so if the Hall Society or some
That would be on,
representative.
that would be for them to make decisions on that. We are just, this is just municipal. And so we're not out taking those kind of photos. We do this as municipal, so if we took a photo of the new office and posted it, there's no deal. Or if you guys authorize that we're, say we had. Out of the blue, a minister came here and there was a photo op. Most of the time they'll ask for the authorization right off the bat, so would we
Yeah,
to
and
post.
even if I went to the Christmas party and took some pictures, that's nothing to do with.
You can't post that on any of our 3 public sites.
That's right.
Correct.
Because of this foot. Or just because.
It's such a dicey thing with social media. Like as I said, schools do it all the time where you have to, like, I know there's kids in my school that aren't allowed to have their pictures taken, so they'll blur them out or put a little whatever. So, cause there's some people who don't wanna have their kids or themselves on social media or taken pictures of, so people are starting to need to be cognizant of that. But as for a municipality, we should be going through the FOIP stuff and have people sign if we're gonna take a picture.
If
You're
we
at
were,
this event and,
if we were doing a bursary thing, or say we were doing a award thing.
Where the mayor presented an award and we wanted to show it.
Yes, so basically if we had anybody, like say we were doing the community. What's a good one that we've done before, beautification. And council went around and they decided they were going to see who's got the most beautiful yard. And you want to award something, and we would just ask the person, can we post your photo up on our website?
And so we have a standard form.
yeah, you can download them very easily.
Yeah, there's an easy form for us to download.
Okay, well, what about if we have a gallery and this is on? Do we have to get permission from the gallery
The
people? 'Cause
gallery
that's
is different because this is a public meeting and you are attending a public meeting, understanding that you are being live streamed.
Okay, okay. I'm just trying to get, like, I just found that a bit excessive and I,
Can we simplify that down, sharing event photos in compliance with FOIP? And then not get into that whole, having to specify signed authorization within this bylaw, policy.
Policy.
You know, we don't have to necessarily,
Sharing event photos must be in compliance with freedom of information,
Yeah.
protection of policy.
So just-
Act.
Just get rid of provided to obtained. So sharing event photos in compliance with freedom of information.
right, so then we don't mention the signed authorization, but we are still saying it has to be, so we're kind of just not opening that whole can of worms that you're concerned about.
Well, I just thought, I guess when I saw stuff about events, it was posted on the private sites, not.
And
That's
that's
fine.
where we
Yeah.
keep all that, that's why we're trying to make sure that a municipality follows all of the rules. And we're not getting ourselves into hot water where we take a picture of somebody, post it up on our site, and then they come back and say, you didn't get my authorization,
Yeah,
then we could be liable.
So if we, as individual counselors, or you respond to something on Facebook, this would then apply to our response? I'm getting off the white thing now. This is,
Okay.
so this policy would say if we engage somebody on Facebook, this policy would apply.
Yes, and it applies to us too. That's why we have a policy, basically our policy is we don't respond.
Go back to for quick. Sorry, I'm so behind.
And this also helps because it makes sure that we are being very careful on what we are willing to share. And we don't wanna get into hot water. We're not here to be picking sides, we're just here to be open.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
yes,
But it probably goes along with the, like, we used to sell naming lists. And
You can't do that.
you can't do that anymore, and the village used to have ratepayer lists that were
Yeah.
out there,
Yeah.
you know, years ago, but all that is, you know, this is kind of the same thing, but it's a little, I know it seems a little
So
extreme.
do residents realize when they post something on what's up at White Sands, why aren't they doing anything about snow removal? We technically cannot respond to that, or should not respond to that based on this policy.
well,
Technically, what you do with your other hat. Cause you wear multiple hats, all of you.
Yeah.
You are a ratepayer. you
But I'm
are
also a
counselor,
resident, yeah.
whatever. So. It's how, if you are using the council hat. Then. It's be mindful that you don't want to do anything that's inflammatory, disparaging,
Yeah.
inappropriate language.
I wouldn't interpret that to mean that we can't respond, but yeah, we have to keep that in mind. So if we want to respond to
Yes.
something that says, yes, great job. You know, wearing council hat, you know, somebody posts something positive, which maybe not, doesn't happen too often. But I can say, agreed, great job by everybody involved.
Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah. And like, you did respond, you
Yeah,
just put
well,
something out.
I'm going back to that, I went, okay,
But
and then
you-
I got a lot of other stuff, and I did not respond, because that would have been potentially out of this. Okay,
Actual info. That's fine.
Mhm.
That is good, because that's our job, right? We just are very mindful because we wanna tread carefully, because as we find. You can put up some facts, and then all of a sudden the keyboard warrior. People hiding behind the keyboard. Use it in a different way, so we're trying to tread careful to make sure that we don't have any of this. We're
Okay.
careful.
but 4.4 basically says I should not have responded.
The summer village for us, we will not respond to
But
messages.
are we not part of the summer village?
Yes, but
So-
that's,
But you're also a ratepayer.
you're a ratepayer, and that is,
So as long as you don't respond officially on behalf of the summer village.
correct.
So if I said, somebody said something, oh, the roads weren't plowed, I said, well, I thought they did a great job. That's Dan as the resident responding, not
Correct.
necessarily the council.
Correct.
So that I've not been responding as, okay, I'm looking at that and trying to put some real life to this.
Yeah.
And in reality also, the mayor is supposed to be council spokesman anyway, so, you know, if you're responding, then you're not responding
On
as,
behalf of,
yeah, because
Yeah.
we haven't had a discussion that says, Dan, we, you know, go ahead and speak as the deputy mayor or something like that on behalf of council. He's speaking on your behalf.
Yes, so it's just laying out so that we make sure that, so if somebody has a bright idea, we're gonna do this. But you haven't had that discussion with council.
Yeah.
This is just clarifying how.
Okay,
And then the other thing is remembering, we're dealing with municipal sites here. What's up at White Sands is a private site.
correct.
We only deal with the public site.
okay. I had just a couple other questions on here, so, in the standards section, establishment of summer village, section 1.1.
Oh, okay.
Managed by the administration department and overseen by the CAO and the summer village. Who is the summer village, if not? Should
That's
we-
all of us, because I gotta get input from you guys too, so, but it's maintaining the Summer Village website. The primary web presence, the social media site, which is right now, all we have is our Facebook.
Okay, so overseen by the CAO and all the employees or employees and council of Summer Village, I don't know, like,
I'm
basically
thinking
overseen by everybody.
we should actually take out that last end piece, it should just be the CAO, because the
Yes.
CAO should be overseeing. this.
Exactly,
That's.
that's what I get after. And the Summer Village is not a person. No.
That's right,
I went and asked the Summer Village and they disagreed with the sewer. Village.
maybe it should have been overseen by the CAO for the Summer Village.
Sure. That'd
For
be
the summer, if we want that.
For the Summer
Change
Village.
and to for,
Yes, because it shouldn't be anybody else, it's for the village.
yeah. Okay, and I think maybe, no, I think that's all the comments.
yeah,
So it means that 3 changes.
Yes, and they must be noted when they approve this.
Yes. Purposes, under purpose and scope change, counselors to elected officials. Under 4.1.4 remove is obtained. I think I got that right. And 1.1 change and 2.4.
Yes.
and it was under purpose and scope,
Purpose and scope, yeah.
they were changed from councillors to.
Sorry, for 4.1.4,
Okay,
are we removing the
Sorry, that's it,
provided signed authorization is obtained? Removing, you just said.
Yeah, I just
is
said-
obtained?
is obtained, so. Are we, yeah,
sharing event photos
In compliance.
in compliance.
Freedom.
And then that leaves it open to, we have to do our due diligence.
Right. So remove provided signed authorization
Thank you.
is obtained.
Yeah.
Grace.
Oops. My fingers don't wanna work today.
So the actual wording will say sharing event photos must be in compliance with the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. It's a must, it must be in compliance.
Okay,
I just think that would reduce our liability and risks, and if we don't follow it, then that's on us.
Yeah.
As an individual, when I make that decision, makes me accountable, ouch.
Move to approve,
Who wants to,
Yeah,
who wants to put their name on it? Those changes. And approve second reading? Cause essentially you're approving second reading with the following amendments. Right?
Well, it's a policy,
Oh,
so there
policy,
is
wrong
no,
one.
you're doing it
No
wrong.
second reading.
Motion to approve the policy as amended
As amended.
with the following.
Wrong one.
I'll sit there thinking, it's not a bylaw.
Sorry, it's not a bylaw.
It's a policy, it just lays out some guidelines.
Sorry, did someone put their name
all
on it?
right, I'll do that.
Okay.
okay, all in favor,
okay,
thank you. So 6.4, that's already been done.
No,
No, you did your public hearing.
so now you
No.
want to do second reading and third reading,
You
but
can do second and third if you wish.
so second reading, if you were to do it today. You need to change my 2/13/25 to 2/14/25. And then also, I had said before that I had ran this through and municipal affairs, and the one gentleman said just to remove the at the discretion of the CEO that was in the first. Writing in the bylaw, he says for legal purposes and stuff, you just. You have all these other things, you
Okay.
at the discretion of the CAO.
So first things first. The bylaw number is 2/14/25.
Yeah.
We will amend that error. to
Sorry.
2/14/25. And then the other
It's
point,
not on there, it's on the old one.
so this is the new one with the removal,
Yeah.
and to amend to remove that
As is the last point, it's like as a discretion of the CAO.
at the discretion of the
Under
CAO.
what, sorry,
It was on the first reading in the bylaw, this one I had removed it, but I forgot to do it in editing.
okay,
To cross it out, but it was to remove at the discretion, or not to remove, sorry, at the discretion of the CAO.
So it's amended with the removal
Yeah.
of discretion of the
Yeah.
CAO.
So who makes so we have all these options available,
Yes,
who makes that decision then if not the CAO?
Oh, is it, so, that's the question.
well, that's why I don't understand why he told you to take it out, because it is like. At least one newspaper or other publication circulating in the area to which proposed bylaw resolution or other thing relates, or in which the meeting or hearing is being held. So to me, I must do two options,
not for everything.
but that's,
Because
yeah,
every one of these is an and or, so that means
You can
under
choose.
this bylaw, one of those would be acceptable.
yes.
But I guess, is it council that will direct what is appropriate? for
You know
each
what?
individual and then-
If
I thought
it,
it's council.
should be council, it shouldn't be me, so you would have
I
to
guess-
choose.
I guess we'll do that when we know we got a public hearing, I guess we'll make that decision.
Or anything advertising.
Any
This is all-
advertising.
This is everything.
Yes,
If we're closing something or opening something or whatever, this is
You
the,
can
when
choose-
we're notifying the public, we gotta use this.
Yes.
So then who chooses what of these 1, 2, 3, 4,
So that's
5,
everything
6
including
different ways.
I think
next
council.
council meeting is on
Yes, so-
Wednesday, May, whatever.
Yeah,
So
if
if you're
you change, if you do a resolution to change the meeting date, and then you should say, and will be posted.
Or be, yeah,
Municipal website and Facebook,
Which is what we normally do.
yes,
Okay, well, I guess we'll have that as
we don't do the newspaper, which in actuality, we probably should have.
we'll have that as our kind of
Well, no,
followed
no, I
by.
disagree, because newspapers are becoming obsolete
Obsolete.
and there's not a lot of newspapers we can utilize anymore.
Yes,
with your demographics.
That's the thing is, the
So-
subscriptions are so low.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that hits very small percentage, if anybody. And
Your
so,
best is your newsletter and Facebook and your website to be.
Yeah.
yes,
But I guess that can be our fallback for anything
yes,
would be on any motion and will be posted on Facebook and social media. Or Facebook and website.
Yeah.
And then if we want to do anything special on something that's requires unusual attention, then we'll do that. But
yeah,
so how do we put this in about who makes that, or how's, like what, where does that sentence go in?
Well, the thing is, if you're just gonna have a meeting change, I don't think. Like if someone requests a meeting change, I don't think Melissa has to contact all council for her to make the decision. Or like a personal meeting, it'd just be done through memos or phone calls or whatever. But
But
these other
6:06
things that are more
6:06
important.
then meeting.
it's on my desk, I
But
have
who makes that call? Do we as council have to make that call every time, or can Melissa make that call?
Well, the thing is, you guys have to be available if there's a
That's,
change, right? So that one, you know, you have.
We're getting closer at 6:02.
If there's something that is. There's big changes and there's little changes.
well, exactly, and there's some legal requirement of notification, and there's some. Like, public notification could be. Hey, there's a library event on here, do we gotta approve that? Or is that not
No.
notification, that's more public
That's just, that's
advertising?
public advertising, and we tread carefully
So-
with how we public advertise.
Yes, so notification is more of a legal term,
This,
statutory term.
So-
Oh, okay, it says, methods for advertising statutory notices.
bylaw, resolution, meeting, public hearing, or other thing must be A, published at least once a week for 2 consecutive weeks in at least one newspaper or other publication circulating in the area to which the proposed bylaw, resolution, or other thing relates, or in which the meeting or hearing is to be held. B, mailed or delivered to every residence in the area to which proposed bylaw, resolution, or other thing relates, or in which the meeting or hearing is to be held. Or C, given by a method provided for in a bylaw under section 606.
So section A doesn't have an or there. So would that be like section A of what you just read, which is also copied into our background? Is that a problem that it doesn't say or there? Does that imply it's an and? Like, I think we're getting around it by saying we don't have to publish, but that doesn't kind of seem to imply that there's a or available.
I lost where Paul's at, on the bylaw.
Yeah, so it's also in what Melissa
Yeah.
read is also on page 15 of our notes.
15, okay.
And
Yes,
published at least once a week for 2 consecutive weeks, and the rest of that sentence ends with a comma. And then there's
mailed
section
or
B,
delivered, they've always told us it's an and or, you
Okay.
must pick one.
because paragraph B has an or, paragraph A doesn't, I just noticed.
Yeah, but it's actually
But
one
it's
or,
treated,
yeah,
it's treated as an or.
yes. Yeah,
A
and
or,
and
and
or,
or, B,
or if you have a bylaw.
okay,
And that's why we created the
Yes.
bylaw to give us those other options
Said
that,
just those two.
yeah.
okay.
So who told you to remove CAO?
Municipal affairs gentleman. He said he's not a lawyer, but to leave it to discretion of the CAO, it's not.
And where was that?
Like that type of stuff, like we're talking about the notification, all that, that's your guys' purview.
Yeah.
Right, because so you're. For doing,
Is it?
well, I don't know.
Usually, you guys do a resolution, I have to implement, which I need to have my options to
It's
implement.
up to you, you can put it back in, you just suggested, so.
Where was it before?
It was at, I can, it's in the last agenda, it was at the very bottom, I can read it, just give me a second.
Under 5.1? No,
Last agenda,
no, under the official,
of all the,
bylaw 213.25, publication notification bylaw. Well, it's supposed to be 2.14.
yeah, we're changing that.
Where in that bylaw does it says who makes that decision?
Well, at the very bottom, we just said at the discretion of the CAO.
Where,
Like,
In your last agenda, it's in that one, in
no,
the,
but where is it on the bylaw?
oh,
That says who makes that decision?
Yeah, in the
Shouldn't that
original
say-
bylaw, you had it in there.
yeah, it's at the very bottom, just before the end, and
4.1.
before, well, it's not, wasn't 4, it's 3, and it's not numbered, it's the very bottom one that was said just before the severability.
Yeah, so there was a sentence that said this will be determined by the CAO?
Let me just grab.
Yeah,
last
I want,
meeting's
if
meeting.
we're putting it back in, I wanna know where it goes
I'm
back
gonna go
in.
back March, hold on.
I'm in agreement with council's thought process of it should be
So the
at
last-
the discretion of the CAO based on resolutions.
So as a last choice on the last one I did, it says. At the discretion of the Summer Village CAO to be advertised by other means determined appropriate.
At the end of section 3,
Yeah,
Advertising
then
method?
section 3.
Well, because that invalidates everything before it.
Yeah.
So we need to say, that's what that sentence says.
Yeah.
It says, or the CEO can advertise it however the hell she wants.
Yeah.
We don't want
That's
that.
what we don't want,
Yeah, exactly.
but we want who makes the decision, where it's posted, how it's posted.
Mhm.
So that's where I
That-
could
that's
see
it.
him,
Yes.
you know,
So-
any lawyer getting kind of saying, well, you've just circumvented the whole process.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I removed that.
So, but I still want somebody to make that.
So
Not discretionary
Yeah,
or to
no.
do whatever else.
So I think you need to put it somewhere in like somewhere in the 3.1 near the beginning and how it's gonna be decided. Cause of the MGA, when we have to do advertising for, yeah, all that stuff.
So, under either 3.2 or under,
Or make it
3.1, you could say,
Yeah, it should be.
any notice required to be advertised, so on, so on, so on, may be given in accordance with the timelines prescribed in section 606 and
or make,
by direction from council. Would that work?
Through direction of council or by the time it's prescribed in section through the, yeah.
And then when we say, okay, yes, we're going to do this, whatever action that requires public notice, then we'll say, and it's fine to do it through.
I would also, in that
What's that?
3.1, I like what you're saying, that I agree. And there must be two options chosen. Because that way, you're making sure that you're doing it two ways.
so the advertising method to be, so a separate sentence, under 3.1. The advertising method,
Let her get ready here.
advertising method to be determined by CAO in consultation with council, or how do we wanna say that? To be determined by resolution of council? Do we want, like, do we wanna be involved in every time this is, because it's a statutory thing, do we wanna be involved every time?
Well, if it's statutory, it's gotta be kind of cautious with.
We might need to be, but we can give standing orders, like we can say. You know, every council meeting notice,
It has to
everything,
go out this way.
we'll go this way and this way until we determine otherwise. Like, I mean, we don't have to make that call every time before you do it, but we can. Give a standing set of
Yeah,
instructions.
so right now, my standard thing, I send you the agenda, I put it on the website and then I post it on Facebook.
Yeah, and we can
So
just
those two
say,
are-
like, we can just, however we give standing direction to continue like that.
Yes.
Same, we're gonna-
So you're saying we should do two things, like, we should always stipulate that it has to be done by, in two media,
which is
medium,
easy enough to do anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I think it should be standard 2, not 1, because we are doing it that way now already. We do the website, we do Facebook,
Mhm.
we make sure we interconnect those. And then there should be like, some days you may say, okay, this is a bigger thing, we want Facebook. Website, newsletter,
yeah,
that takes more time.
Yeah.
So that would give us a clear direction, okay, we're going above and beyond the 2,
And then mail out is another option and
which we know has a cost.
Yeah.
And newspapers, we
So
know
I
has a
would-
cost.
I would say, just formatting of it, sorry. So like 3.1, you could, your advert might then do a 3.2 that.
at the very
top-
bottom.
Well, no,
Right after 3.1.
yeah, I would just do it right after the very top of 3.1, then the, like, all that list of and/ors can be a 3.2, but you're gonna say there's a standard, the standard will be this, like these two, or these ones at the discretion of counselors.
Two
Or not
options.
discretion, but
Direction,
consults with council.
direction, council.
Yeah, direction of council.
Under direction of council.
Okay, we can try that.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
Question.
why don't we just do a motion to amend the bylaw? And then we can always bring it back.
Sure.
The next meeting.
So question, we've already had a public hearing on this bylaw, now we're
Yep.
making changes, does that?
Because that is in your purview. The public hearing was for if public had any concerns. Now that you've had time to absorb it,
Okay,
you're just tweaking it to make it tight.
okay, it doesn't have to go back out to the public again.
No.
You don't have to send it.
No,
Okay,
actually, at the public hearing, the comments and whatever's put to the council at the time. You can accept some of it and change,
Yeah.
or you can just not accept any of it.
That's right.
And
To the
do
council.
what council feels is proper, because a lot of times, council is the only ones that really know the real guts of the
Okay.
background, right? So that's why that.
so it's not so much to inform the public, it's to ensure that council hears the voices, has an opportunity to hear voices of the public.
Right.
Correct.
Okay,
yeah,
sure,
so I kind of did like a three, so standard is, or standard for advertising is post on website and social media, or with consult with council.
No, not post website, and standard will be to choose two. To use
At a
two.
minimum, choose a minimum of two.
Two. Advertising options. That way, you're not locking it in,
Yeah,
it's just saying the minimum will be two advertising options.
at the discretion of the CAO, under advisement of council or something like that?
Yes,
okay,
Or
if
do you
that's,
have something different?
how about under advisement of council, and it opens the door for you
Is
to
it-
advise us.
Like the,
Does that make more sense?
yeah,
We don't, yeah, so we don't.
because I think we said, that, you know, it ultimately comes to us,
Yeah.
not,
Not the CAO.
not the CAO.
Yes,
But we'll have standing directions would be our intention.
yes,
or.
As directed by council.
Or
Yeah.
directed,
Yeah.
directed, okay,
Yeah,
okay.
okay,
Yeah.
as directed to by council to the CAO, because you have CAO means chief administrative officer.
yeah,
So you can be okay with that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
And then, yeah, if you do second read, then we bring this back to next meeting with the changes.
Sure.
okay.
You want, okay,
So
So
the,
you want a motion to approve amending and
yeah,
adding section 3.2 to the bylaw, and she can put.
I guess we have to understand too, like where it says, from the act, proposed bylaws, resolutions, meetings, public hearings, and other things referred to in section 606.
Yeah.
So if you, some of them are very much more important, like, public hearings would be probably the number one.
Yes, which is, we had the trouble this time because we had no choice but to post it in the newspaper or
Yeah.
do the mail out, which kind of left me. We need this bylaw so that we
Yeah.
could did it, like you
Yeah.
saw how many ways I did it. But they weren't the authorized legislative requirement because we didn't have a bylaw.
Right,
So proposed bylaws and resolutions. Like sometimes you make a resolution at a meeting and you're not advertising. Because it just comes out of the blue.
Right.
So the, I guess the.
But your resolutions would be like, cause you may decide, well, we don't wanna do the main meeting until on this date, we wanna change that date. That's
Yeah.
done by resolution.
And does that have to be advertised?
Yes,
Yeah, that has,
And where, and in
Change.
2 places,
yes.
yeah,
good enough.
yeah.
Yeah. So it just makes it easier.
Yep.
For you to be able to say, same with when you made your resolution to create the committee. And you wanted to advertise this, now it gives you the option of the 2 ways to advertise.
Okay,
Yeah.
but our standing direction will be Facebook and website. And then council will give direction if we want.
To go any
Anything
farther
any
than
further.
those.
Or
Yes.
if we need to go any further, that on particularly
Yeah.
important thing.
Yeah, and I think probably the ratepayers will get used to looking at the website and our
Yep.
village Facebook account,
Yes.
rather than relying on what's up, what's ends or other,
Mhm.
you know.
The concern I have with that one is because it's private, where ours is public, so as soon as you do a search for Summer Village of White Sands, it will bring up our website or our Facebook page. If you're on Facebook and you search up White Sands, you will get ours, because it's public.
Yeah,
If you search what's up at White Sands, it's not public, it's a private group.
There's no harm in also putting it on what's up at White Sands, but I think it should definitely be,
And I think
on the official
Yes, that's.
White
what-
Sands.
Just-
well, like an advertisement for an event or whatever, it's a whole different ballgame.
And it goes back to your social media policy where you said we encourage residents or people to share what they need that they think on their own too.
Right.
Because if I forget to share, like I don't forget to share something on WhatsApp at White Sands and it's always a thing. It's just one more thing on the plate kind of
Sure.
thing, right? If it's missed, then it's a
Yes.
disaster. But the main things are our Facebook and our website, then people know to go there.
Sure.
And it's just getting the awareness more and more because we don't wanna get into any conflicts, we share what we can as quickly as we can, but if we forget, the policy still lays it out that we did our due diligence. Sometimes errors will happen. We try not to, but we share most of the time to the private group, pretty well every time.
So
Okay, so do you want to,
I I'm gonna read the amendments, so we're changing the bylaw number from 213-25 to 214-25. We remove the last choice under the current section 3.1 at the discretion of the Summer Village CAO to be advertised by other means determined appropriate. And then we're adding a section 3.2, council must choose a minimum of 2 advertising methods as listed below or above, as listed, I'm gonna say
As listed.
as listed. Or at the discretion of council to the CEO,
okay,
and we'll bring it back to your
and
next
then
meeting.
next meeting on,
We need a motion to accept that amendment.
Yes,
okay. All, okay, Dan and all in favor?
okay. All right,
6.5, beach gate access.
So we didn't have a policy, and I think we need to have a policy so we can kind of lay out things. We drafted up something we would like council to review and provide inputs and what your thoughts are.
Well, I think. It would have to be weather reliant. And that's what we've done in the past, so. Like today. There's access now for vehicles in some of them, so they should all be closed. In my
Okay.
opinion, and to open them again in the fall, there would have to be enough snow that a vehicle could not get down there. So it's timed with the weather rather than dates, because sometimes there's been Christmases here where there hasn't been a lick of snow. And in the past, before we had the gates there, and even when the gates were open at an inappropriate time or accidentally left open, then we had vehicles down there. Beach Access 8 was a bad one. When it was opened too soon, then there were, or not closed in time in the spring. Like Joel boys from down went down there, had a big pallet fire, and were ripping around on the grass down there, wrecking the sod. And that happened more than once.
So last year we did have an incident where some kids one gate wasn't locked, the other gate was. So they drove down to the first gate and they said, we saw the signs, no vehicles past this point. So they were understandable and then they got out, they backed out. But they never went past the one because the other gate was locked, so. I guess, other than better signage maybe, I don't know, also the concerns that we run into is. We want to curb these weekend callouts. When they want the gates open to get their docks down. Or just in the fall, if it's, maybe there's no snow in December, but the ice is nice and good and they wanna go out ice fishing. I guess I don't know where the balance needs to be.
Yeah, well, that's a danger. Because we're dealing with right of way down there too, like in the past, we've had. People take their vehicles down. And get stuck in that loose sand, and it can be 20 below weather and that sand is still loose, right? So
Yeah.
then you gotta take the tractor down there, or else they gotta take a tow truck and get them out, and there's damage. So it's a hard call, but.
Like, I think the bottom gates, I don't disagree, should always be kept basically closed until freeze.
Well, why would you have the top one?
I don't know about the top ones, we've got two sets of gates here, I just don't know.
Well, the top one keeps them from going down, period. Like that one on Beach Access 8 is quite a long road down.
Yeah.
And there's no place to turn around down there, and most of them have no place to turn around with a vehicle. And you're gonna run into problems.
So I think let's just back up to what the reasons are that we would have the gates open, and it's during spring or like docks in, lifts in, and docks out, lifts out season.
Yes,
And then we're saying that we're fine for snow machine access
All winter.
All winter.
all winter.
yeah,
Okay. And ice fishing access, but they can also use the boat launches to get down for ice fishing.
Yeah, and
too.
like-
Like snow machine, you kind
yeah.
of want to go up from your yard.
you would be amazed how many we saw him this way.
Yeah,
Yeah, they can get down,
Yeah.
but it's also, if
Yeah.
someone sells a lift, let's say, or dock, then they need down there. And another big problem is that a lot of the equipment down there anymore has been hauled down there in pieces and put together.
Yeah,
So there's only certain places you can get it out.
yeah, but I think, if we say that those are the acceptable reasons for gates to be open. I hear what you're saying, like if it's open from fall to spring, then there's a whole bunch of potential for people to go down there
Correct.
and cause damage. Can we say, here's the weekends in May, June, and here's the weekends in.
Not just weekends.
Well,
We had an awful lot of fallouts last year and that has a cost on the municipality. And then like the 72 hours, the ones that do give us the 72-hour notice and we can work it out, it's been great. It's the ones that wanted,
Yes.
I'm only out on the weekend, I call you on Saturday.
okay, but I guess what I'm saying is, I think it's reasonable to have the expectation that, we have defined times, whatever we decide.
Yeah.
In the dock seasons. And, when there is winter conditions for the snowmobiling, whatever the dates may be, if that means we open them up in December when there's snow, or we open up in January. You can make that decision based on, yes, it's snow season, we open it up, and now the season's ending, we're gonna close it up. And maybe that's something you post in on the website that says, please note that at this end of season, we're closing these as of Friday or whatever.
Yeah.
But then otherwise,
We could
if
make it whether.
if anybody wants to have access for whatever reason, maybe it's middle of summer and they've sold their lift and they'd like to go in and get it out. They have to give you 72 hours business notice. And they may say, we'd like to take it out on Saturday, and then so Friday, you guys can unlock the gates and have them open through the weekend or whatever.
Yeah.
But, if somebody calls and says, I'm here right now, they're gonna pay the overtime fees.
And that's the question we need to set up because last year, over the years, nobody's paid And it's concerning that there's the ones that pay attention, they give us the notice and we make the arrangements and we do our due diligence.
Yeah.
And you're right, it works fantastic.
So if
It's
we,
the opposite of the ones that just. I need it open now and it's Saturday morning on my cell phone and so I'm just like,
no,
holy.
we can make a policy that gets around, but you know, the policy might say, yes, it's gonna be open the May long weekend, and the 2 weekends after that, or something like that.
Okay,
And then somebody comes along and says, well, you know, I wanna take my dock out on June 16th or whatever, put my dock in on June 16th. Then it's up to them to know, okay, that's not a date that the gate will be open.
yeah,
I need to contact the office the week before and say, can I have access through beach access, whatever, on this weekend? You guys say, great, there's enough notice that you can do it without overtime. If they call on that, then we'll have a fee,
Yeah,
we'll have a fee for a call out, $200.
I would have to say, if you open the gates and left them open for the long weekend, you're gonna have parties. Period.
In May,
Yeah,
but they have to be open, that's when most people put their lifts in,
well, they used to call out for an open.
every weekend. Every May longs, they'd say, can you open it, and then you close it after they're done, and
Yeah,
you open it again an hour later, cause someone else was putting their lift in, and.
I could log how many times I've done it, and it's maybe maximum 2 times. But it isn't a real common request. And the requests that work out are the ones that hit during the week.
So your concern is like on a May long weekend, because the gates are open on the weekend. You're gonna get people driving down there and having a party,
Well, driving down there and maybe getting
or
stuck.
getting stuck.
Okay,
Things like that.
driving down there for reasons other than,
Yeah, just because there's a road down to the lake and.
well, maybe there's 2 ways we can manage it, like. We can either be very clear saying, these are the reasons why you can drive down there in policy and maybe on signage as well at each beach access, I don't know. But you know, to be very clear that these gates are being opened this weekend only for lifts, or make it be very clear that. You know, individual beach accesses will be opened as requested for. You know, as following specific requests with 72 hours business notice, and maybe that means beach access 1, 3, and 5 are
Yeah.
open for the weekend. But I don't know, like to have the cost of somebody coming and opening it for an hour and then closing it.
Well, a
Yeah,
call
but-
out was 3 hours.
So with your, so we kind of tried it back because you already have it in with your bylaw policies. And we put that, I was like, oh, hold on.
I guess the other thing is, Paul, and I hate to keep ragging on this, but the people that abuse are not ratepayers. Because this is a public access for everybody in Alberta. It's just like us going to Gull Lake, Sylvan Lake, or whatever. And that's probably 80% of what's happened in the past.
Do you think that there is a lot of out of town people that come and use our beach
Yeah,
accesses?
Stellar, yeah.
Is that right?
Yes, there will be more from Bardonia too.
Yeah, and and the thing is now, like it didn't used to be as bad, let's say 20 years ago or so. Because the social, or the iPhones went around, but as soon as someone says, well, we're having a party down at White Sands at Beach Access, whatever. They put it on the social media and it goes ding on everybody else they know. And it just goes like wildfire. It's different now.
Yeah.
And we have to protect that shoreline, otherwise we're in trouble.
and that's why when we had the incident we had in the fall where we had the upper gate left open. But the bottom gates were still locked, and these kids or teenagers from Stettler who came up, they paid attention to the sign at the bottom, it says. You
Don't go on the
cannot,
beach, yeah.
you cannot go far past this point. And they paid attention to that, so I give that kudos. It's just the access, but the access is kind of an access for everybody uses it, right? It's emergency. It's for us to go down and do maintenance. So,
Yeah, and there's no turnarounds down there for vehicles that they'd have to back out on some of them.
Most of them.
So when we close the upper gate, we still get a lot of heat and hot water from residents, because if we have the poles too close, so the machines, UTV machines get wider as things change, then they can't get them through the poles. And that becomes a concern. So we seem to run into different little things that we think, okay, do we need to look at this in a bigger picture? I don't know.
Back to the bylaw thing, I will get, so we do, like, it's kind of, I have it in here and it's tied back to the bylaw, but we have a public works task to perform, but for rate period, it's $90 per hour, minimum of 2 hours. So,
So if they want the gate opened on a Saturday, it's gonna cost them $150.
In an emergency, yes, if they pre-made, called us ahead
And we
and made
have-
all the
it
arrangements,
was the
no
staff,
cost.
I was like, if we have.
But then that would imply then that we open the gates
Whole
that
weekend.
on the Friday and close them on the Monday, which I thought would be okay, but you're saying that might. That might backfire on us.
Paul, it's just from my experience,
Yeah.
and it does, there was one time the call opened the gate. And he forgot to close it. And I went down and there was a 1/2 ton down there. With the crew cab, and they weren't from here, they're all inside their music blaring and drinking beer and throwing shit out the windows and whatever else, and in the way where people with a golf cart couldn't get by. And that was the one beside us there.
Hmm.
And
So-
it was within an hour.
So the feedback, we really wanna know, how can we set this policy up?
Because it's,
I don't
have-
know,
I
maybe
have
we
2
can-
docs applications already, people are gonna be biting at the bit soon. So to have policy in place would be nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe that's possible to have someone in the village that will do it. On the weekend.
So are you wanting to add to your budget and contract somebody?
No,
'Cause
I mean volunteer. If they're around, and I'll certainly do it. Because I get the same people every year and they're very. But if I don't wanna start anything, if you don't want me to continue to do it.
that's a discussion of you guys, if you want to have one citizen volunteer, and then we hand them the codes. And they now take the onus on,
But then. On a volunteer, then if the volunteer chooses to go away for the weekend or not to answer their phone, which is a volunteer, that's fine, then. A lot of people are gonna be angry if they're depending on it.
we're the municipality, we're trying to come up with some kind of. How do we make this fit, and you know what, if they do an emergency call out, there is a cost. We can accommodate, but you'll get an invoice.
So, the emergency call out, so if somebody phones Friday and said, can I put my boat lift in, can you leave the gate open? Or can you open the gate, we
We
still?
have made arrangements even
With
on
who?
Friday, cause our public works staff, if our
Okay.
hours are still the same during the regular
But then he
operating.
does leave it open all weekend. Or is he here on Saturday opening and closing it?
So what he does is we dummy it Friday, end of shift.
What do you mean you dummy it?
Dummy lock.
It's a dummy lock.
Oh, okay, like it looks like it's locked.
We're giving away our secrets here, but this
Yeah,
is what we do.
no, that's.
We do a dummy lock, and then they go and they open and they do, and we have them agree that they will lock it right after they are done.
Leaving.
Okay,
Well, dummy lock it up only, because if they lock it, they're gonna get the combination.
Yeah.
okay, I like that, so I think what we'd say is it's along the lines of. Access for specific authorized uses, which include, docks and lifts with, expectations for. Taking care of the land, however we wanna do that, and then say must provide, 3 business days notice.
Yeah.
And arrangements will be made in each individual case which would most likely be that dummy lock idea.
Yeah,
And then, you know, if 3 business days isn't provided, then at the discretion of the CAO, there will be a fee of whatever for, I don't like
For
calling it
call-outs.
emergency, but
Call outs.
emergency or a call-out
call
situation
out situation.
may be subject to a fee of
It's not-
$200 or something like
It's
that.
not even worded as an emergency, if you look at your policy, it
Okay.
says. Request for access outside of regular municipal hours must be approved by the CEO as per staff availability. And the second point is, would be considered an after hours call out and fee may be applied, invoice and payment as per fees and service bylaws.
So it's saying if you call somebody on the weekend to open it, you're getting charged.
Right, so it's not that they're accessing it after hours, it's that they're not giving adequate notice.
Correct.
Because it's fine for somebody to say, I wanna access it on Saturday.
Mhm.
It's not fine for them to call Saturday morning or Friday evening to do that.
Yeah.
They need to,
After the regular operating hours,
They-
correct.
they
If
need
they
to-
call during the day, like,
they need to call by like end of day Tuesday if they wanna be in there
Mhm.
that weekend, and then you
Yeah.
have opportunity to arrange to get that dummy lock on by Friday.
like I do monitor Friday. So if somebody left a message I get a message on my email. I have called them back and then I've double checked with Public Works to make sure, okay, at the end of shift. I've accommodated. It's the ones that call Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon. Like that is even outside of the operating hours.
What about, because this is a summer village bylaw for residents,
Policy.
policy, okay, policy.
Policy.
For residents.
So it can be changed as you go along.
What about, I don't ever wanna see the words dummy lock in any policy. But what about the gates will be like, of not locking the upper gate or not locking the gates, but closing the gates? Would that not give signal to people from outside of the village coming in, don't drive your pickup down there because it's closed? The gate is closed for a reason,
Signage too.
and maybe some signage,
Yeah,
not accessible by vehicle traffic. But if it wasn't locked, then residents, which I would hope, would open the gate, put their thing in, close the gate. It's just like any snowmobile or any quad or anybody like that. If they see a closed gate, they know, close. You open it, close it. If it's open, leave it open. That's kind of is that not enough? Like I'm trying to, okay, so how do you keep the people from driving their pickup trucks down on the sand?
no vehicle access beyond this point.
Okay,
But-
does anybody drive a vehicle down on the beach, not the upper gate, the lower gate? Does anybody drive a vehicle through that?
There used to be some abuse down here because there's sod down there, but it got stopped. They were told to stop. It doesn't, and you can't take the quad in the water
No.
to put it in. It's just pulling it
From
out
the
with
beach,
the
yeah,
winch.
yeah, I've
Yeah.
seen that.
So, and most of it is actually for repairs because like they get a bunch of boys together and they push them in anyway
Yeah.
and pull them out. So it's not that, it's more of repairs or fixing a dock or a sails.
Well, I know there was a lot of confusion a few years ago and it settled down, but when there was a whole thing of you can't put your dock on municipal reserve, it's gotta be on private property and all that sort of stuff, and a lot of people were saying, well, okay, how am I gonna get all this equipment back to my back lot?
Where you can't.
Well, that was the question.
Just
You know, how
can't
do you-
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that would be a legitimate reason to need to get some
Yeah.
equipment
Yes.
down there if that was something that we were needing to enforce.
So
Like it's still a
closing the
gray area.
gates and locking the gates is, can you close the gates without locking them? During those, if we kept these dates, can you close the gates but not lock them?
Oh, that's what, when I open them, I just unlock it, lock again and twirl the number so no one knows the code. And then just wrap it around.
Yeah,
And then I tell them when you're done, wrap it around, then call me, and then I go down in there and lock
And
it.
lock it up again.
It's not a real big
So I-
thing, it's the ones that Melissa's
I
talking
think
about.
I hear what you're saying is, can we done?
Not,
Can
not,
we
give it an hour.
close the gate?
Can we
Close the gate.
close the
Yeah.
gate and make sure that they look like they're staying closed, but they're still available for opening up?
So we would just do that as a standard through the seasons.
And they're locked, and they can be locked between the June first and September first, they can be locked.
And then
So
if
you
you need
have-
access during that time, then you have this
That's
other
right.
way to.
Then you have to get special permission to get it unlocked. So the gates will be closed and locked from access from June first, it's right in there.
yeah,
From
okay,
June first to September first. I'm good with that. The gates will be accessible from August 31st to May 31st.
Well,
And we just.
if we are, I'm a little concerned on that because I think we need to be really clear on, because there's, once docks are out by say, I mean, well, first of all, a lot of docks get put in June and taken out in September. So there's a lot of activity. Whether people need to have motorized access, maybe not. I mean, in our neck of the woods, we have one lot that they say it's fine to bring your quad down on the lot next to mine, and we just get down there with the quad and do all the work and get out again. But you know, lots of stuff can happen in June and September, and then you know there should be nobody period down there until there's adequate snow and or ice.
So.
So like, why are we leaving the gates open in October and November? And to me, that's just asking for trouble. So I'm a little concerned with that.
not open, accessible, the gates are
Accessible.
closed.
Right.
The gates will be closed, just they'll be accessible.
Yes.
And no, it sounds like you're wanting signage. So,
Signage is gonna be.
I
key.
wanna get determined whether this is the route we wanna go
Yeah.
first, so anybody can go with all year round, can go from the upper to the lower, but the lower is really what we're talking about. The upper is just meant as a deterrent from getting people to put automobiles down there.
Correct.
so we need to have.
The
section
bottom
upper and
gates
lower
for
gates?
sure.
No, I don't wanna
Okay.
say upper and lower, I'm just saying if we're gonna close them, we can close them, but
So I'm getting, because I have someone coming in on Thursday, we are going to close the gates. Get them so they're closed, but they can be opened.
they're accessible.
They're
They're
accessible.
closed but accessible.
Okay.
So I'm saying gates, it almost reads, gates will be open for access in these months.
Okay,
The gates will be closed and locked in these months. But you're saying in June is a pretty busy season as well.
Yeah,
So
but
do you wanna push those dates back?
Well, I'm fine. I was advocating more, and I'm fine for a period where, yeah, we have it open this way, but. You know, during periods where it's locked, whatever those periods might be. You know, people can still
Yeah.
contact the office here. But they need to know, I mean, it's important for people to know that May it's fine, June. Those gates are gonna be locked, they need to phone the week ahead and arrange to have a specific gate. Still closed but unlocked, so it's a matter
Yeah.
of, you know, for this year, you know, that might be a little bit tight to communicate that to everybody, so maybe through June. Whatever the policy says, maybe through this June, we'll leave it unlocked, but then we'll be very clear coming into next season that, you know.
It's locked between this date.
It's locked from this date to this date. If you need access for specific reason, contact
Which
the
it
office with at least 3 business days notice.
is right now, that's kind of the unofficial.
Yeah,
Yeah, we've done the unofficial, you know, last year, say, like, please call and give us notice, so we can schedule. And for you to put it in, so we're just kind of took that same idea, and kind of stuck it in.
yeah, we've been implementing this for the last almost 2 years.
Okay.
So
Trying
then,
to get a sequence of like.
And then I think really what there needs to be is clear direction on. You know, so rather than saying no entrance, it's no entrance without, no unauthorized
No
entrance.
unauthorized.
And we can say this is an authorized thing to do, and that will
Yeah.
include. You
Put your
know,
boat lift.
access for boat lift and docks. You know, with clear expectations on. I don't know if we can phrase anything for, you know,
So it should be,
minimal damage. Or I'm not sure how to phrase that. And then we're
Just
saying
say
snow machine recreational access in winter conditions is a valid use.
Oh, and then it
Period.
does say that, yeah. It
Does it?
does, yeah.
Okay, but you know, those are basically the two reasons, and then obviously, maintenance access for whatever, like, you know, sometimes there's harrowing or whatever, so
well, I
that would be an
think
authorized
the,
use.
all the signs that say no authorized vehicles past this point are all at the bottom. So what we're missing probably is the signage at the top that says no unauthorized vehicle access.
Okay, or so somebody with their side by side. That wants to take their toys down there in the summer, is that an unauthorized or an authorized? Cause they can fit through the posts.
We can
That's
define that,
authorized,
That's authorized.
golf carts and.
Yeah,
They're authorized in your bylaw,
we,
but they can't go past that very bottom.
yes, the very bottom is.
Okay.
No, you
No,
can't take a
okay.
UTV, you can't take a golf.
but we could clarify that in this policy as well, to say that as an authorized use as well. Just so it's clear here as well.
Yeah, so we could do a whole section, like, under authorized access, you could do like, make number 2 authorized use. And whatever is during that time, and then talk about the beach accesses and a request for access. I don't know, is that something? Make notes.
So what you're saying is the bottom ones will be locked?
They're the key ones between these timeframes, the top ones. I look at it, if you had proper signage, you probably wouldn't even need the top ones, because right now what we've created is kind of. We've had to move posts because somebody says their UTV is too big and it's not big enough, and so we've had to move post after post, and I'm like. Sometimes it's a bit. Why do we have the top ones? The bottom ones, yes.
We have the top ones, and somebody explained this to me, I don't remember who it was, so that vehicles don't drive down there and they get stuck in the sand. Cause otherwise, somebody from another jurisdiction
Yes.
comes in, they see the gate open, oh, I can get my toys down there. They drive down there and they're not good at backing up, and sometimes they might even have a trailer on or whatever. We do not want automobiles down there past the front gate.
And that's why signage should be key. No unauthorized vehicles, automobiles should be even
So
going.
Somebody would be incredibly dumb to drive a trailer down without pre-scouting that, if there's a closed gate at the bottom and no turnaround.
You know who you're talking about?
We do have some that have
I can
done.
guarantee that
Yeah.
you can try all you want.
But, you know, the thing that if you say, no, you know, if you have a gate at the top that's closed but not locked.
Yeah.
You know, and there's multiple UTVs or whatever that are going down to the bottom and, you know, unloading their stuff, maybe parking for a bit and coming back out. End of the day, the last person out wasn't the first person in, doesn't know to close
Yeah.
the gate, it's just
Still
gonna be.
gonna be the same.
It's gonna be a cluster. You know, so I kind of, you know, put a clear sign up there,
No, I'm not.
no unauthorized vehicle,
Which I think
maybe
is
not
good.
a closed.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Tell me, so I'm gonna make a
The
section.
the dumbness factor, I don't know how to get around that,
That's the thing, I think we're trying to fix all the
but,
additional that we
Yeah.
can't always fix because we don't know, right?
but the only way to fix that would be a closed and locked gate, I think. And we're saying we don't really want to do that either.
Well, you might have nothing choice after you try this. new
Yeah,
policy.
I'm
We could
willing
try
to
it.
give this a try.
Let's give this a try. We're going to, we're gonna close the gates.
Can I-
And then we'll leave it kind of.
Can I confirm on like the actual policy, cause
Yeah.
this is gonna have to go back next
Yeah.
meeting, right?
Yeah.
So we're happy with number 1, authorized access.
Yes.
So that's the CEO, Public Works Maintenance Administrator. Now we're thinking of adding a section 2 right under that word called authorized vehicle use or authorized use. And then what do you want under it? So where I said like 2.1, I kind of have this golf carts, 2.2 OHVs.
Golf carts and OHVs to the lower gates.
To authorize these two lower gates, I'm gonna put that there, or I'll put that as a under it kind of thing and then start it.
Cause I think that's always been the problem, is it's taken me a while to figure out, there's a gate on top, there's a gate on the bottom.
Not at all accesses though.
That's right, so. That's,
I am so pessimistic on this, it stinks.
Yeah. Well,
Because
that's,
who am I gonna report to?
RCMP,
RCMP.
yeah,
yeah, cause they're breaking the Public
Yeah.
Lands Act.
This one here, there'll be vehicles down there. I don't care.
On the beach.
You bet. Down at the bottom. And then people that take their golf carts and their kids or whatever with the crap on it, they're not gonna
put the
get.
good sign in right there, no authorized use.
Have you seen people parking in the village?
I know,
Honest,
but,
like I have no,
so,
maybe in the policy, I don't know, maybe in the policy we say for loading and unloading purposes. Accessible at beach accesses, you can drive down to the bottom gate.
Or maybe,
how are you gonna turn around?
so what are the ones that they really need to access?
Not,
Which ones?
I don't wanna
Not
stall that.
So I guess.
Sorry,
no.
so you're making it go all the way down to 8?
Yeah, I've heard
I
it too.
just think, you know what, cause they're gonna say, well, I think I can get down here with my big, 1-ton dually.
It's like we had already this winter.
Yeah,
We've had it.
or an ambulance
but
or
is there,
whatever.
where
This
you
is
have
just-
to have not natural consequences? And then if someone is down there and like got down to the bottom gate and it's locked. And they're having trouble getting out, well then now you're gonna have to phone a tow truck to pull you out or like,
Well, then do we
Right.
wanna, I mean, we had this discussion before
I don't know.
around the golf cart bylaws. And ATV ones, do we wanna just say, no, just like the car, you park at the top, you haul everything down the hill?
yeah.
I mean, okay, we can say that and people will get used to it. I mean, they're not, it's not like they're hauling. A 100-pound thing, it's like, they're hauling whatever
That
beach.
cooler of beer is pretty heavy.
Well,
I don't wanna,
and there is people that.
And they
do
can get a
not
little-
have
and they get a little
mobility,
wagon.
And that's the only way they can go
yeah,
down.
I don't wanna restrict golf carts or UTVs from going down to the bottom gate.
Yes.
I don't think that's a problem. It hasn't been traditionally a
And
problem.
it keeps the cars off the top of the road.
so.
So I don't have a
What you were saying.
And I just wanna make sure it's clear, cause we're getting new people coming in, so we need to make sure that it's very clear.
I'm getting confused now then, Lauren, what were you just saying is you're
Well, I
concerned
just
that
said
this is gonna be a
authorized
night?
to work 8 and golf
Absolutely.
trees.
From what purpose?
What-
It's a-
Vehicles
like-
down there or what?
Highway foot
How do we prevent cars and trucks? Is that what we're trying to do?
So are we saying ATV,
Bikes,
ATVs and golf carts, okay, but
E-bikes or
cars and trucks, no, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
No unauthorized vehicle traffic.
But we
Yeah,
can,
I'm thinking unauthorized vehicle as an automobile traffic.
okay, but then we just need to be
That's all
clear.
we have to do.
Automobile, put that word down, because people understand what a vehicle might be a golf cart to some people.
yeah.
Yeah,
An automobile is
So
very
we could
clear.
do like
So no unauthorized automobile access.
no, actually, no.
I mean,
No unauthorized.
you can try it
automobile
out and see
access.
what happens.
I'd
Okay,
like to.
but do we,
You gotta be prepared.
Yeah.
Authorized.
no
use of
unauthorized, is there any
unauthorized.
authorized automobile access?
Yes, the 3 up on top,
What?
the 3 that you just said, the CAO, Public Works and admin clerk can go down there with a vehicle.
Could be like a mini truck or whatever.
Yeah,
Or-
we
Okay.
have beach gate
Okay.
access.
We have
And the tow truck for
The tractor,
Yeah.
the tractor.
Okay.
We can add
That's
11,
automobile, I don't-
we can add a 1.1.4 and other authorized personnel
No.
by the ci-
you don't need to.
Okay.
Anything, that
Okay.
is who should be on
So
there.
I kind of add like authorized use. I kind of, sorry, I said golf cart, OHVs, foot truck, e-bikes or bikes, cause you don't wanna say you can't walk down. You have to authorize it. But then I have under that unauthorized would be automobiles. Or do you wanna say,
Do I complicate this more?
I don't know.
Go for it.
where you're putting golf carts in there,
Yeah.
permitted golf carts.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Okay,
Because we got a permit, we got a fee, we got a policy.
that's true.
yeah,
Okay, so those are authorized
to go
To-
down from the top gate to the lower gate,
where present.
yes.
Because
are they
I've had-
authorized to go on the beach to pull,
No,
No,
to put their
no,
lift in?
but that'll be.
unfortunately, that's a public lands use does not
You can't
authorize.
Go in the
You're not
water.
supposed
So what
to.
you doing down there with your quad
Well,
or your?
Well, you're on the beach. You see that all the time.
I know, I've seen it
People
too.
winching they're putting they're on the sand, they put
Yeah.
their
Yeah,
quad.
taking them out,
And well, it's on the beach. They're on the beach.
but they're not in the water, so they don't need them to put them in the water.
But is
No.
it your public lands,
No,
you're not
but
supposed to
if-
protect?
if they're, I thought this whole thing was starting because we are saying, if you need to use your quad or something like that as part of dragging stuff around, we're saying it's okay during dock season. Isn't that what we're saying?
Well, you're gonna have a hard
It's
time
just-
saying any of it because if
You're
if
actually
you
not
start
allowed
to
on that.
open a can of worms, you're really got a can
That,
of
that
worms.
whole ER, you're not
That whole
supposed to have
ER
employees
is not
there.
allowed to have any.
We've just turned a blind eye. Or the government has turned a blind eye, Alberta government.
Well, we have.
And
we
we
have
have
to.
too, because let's say beach access 7 and 8, that right of way goes right to properties. So
Yeah.
all of that down there is right of way, so nothing
It's
is
MR.
supposed to be there.
Yeah,
No,
that's
no,
right.
it's
No, there's no MR,
right
that's
of
what I
way.
meant.
That's
Yeah.
ER, that
Yeah.
whole.
All
It's
environmental
right,
reserve.
right of way.
Yeah.
The government.
Up by
needs-
Amy.
It's supposed to be kept in a natural state, and even when they're driving their OHVs, they are disturbing the natural state.
Okay, so when somebody phones and says, I want to get a quad down there to help with my docks on this weekend, you're putting the dummy lock on there.
Nope, they're just closed, no dummy lock.
Okay,
Our dummy, we'll flip the chain around.
Right,
Yes,
right.
we don't use those words.
right, but
Just,
you know, you're looking for a
I'm not here
policy,
to supervise.
but you're looking for a policy so you know what to do when somebody calls, and we're saying, you know, we'll touch this where we're talking about access to
Oh,
lower
but
gate, but we're not gonna touch the beach, but then we're not giving you any clarity. So you don't know what to, you do what you do when somebody phones and says, I wanna get,
I will say, you want access to take your docks down, anything else above and beyond from that point,
so
you
you're,
must follow the Public Lands Act, and I go from there. And I leave it.
okay, so
I
you,
don't wanna know
It's up to you if you
that
follow
you're
something
driving
like that.
your UTV down there, unfortunately, if you follow, you should follow the Public Lands Act and review that first. And I don't tell anybody what they can and can't do because I'm treading careful.
okay,
I'm looking after the gates. After that, it's environmental reserve. It's supposed to be kept in a natural state.
What do other lakes do?
well, they have designated areas, like the county does.
That allow you to put your,
Yeah, they've made areas within their MR.
for the storage and everything of these
Yeah.
boat lifts and long boats.
But the right of way, no. Not supposed to be there.
Yeah,
And the other part of that is with this, what you're talking about. Is if you get a vehicle going down there because the chain is just wrapped around. People from outside the village are gonna find that out too eventually. And then also those people that are just not thinking, so they go down the beach access, let's say beside. In between you or I or number 4 is another example, and they park the vehicle down there and unload and go to the beach and leave the vehicle there.
yeah.
Then the people at the bottom that want to take their golf carts or ATVs down there,
They're blocked.
they're blocked, especially number 4. And I just don't think any of this is gonna work. And I'm sorry for being pessimistic, but I've been through it and through it and through it, and it took a long time to get the public educated to realize that is off limits down there on the lake shore. In the early days, people were running down, there was no corrals down there.
No, there wasn't. These gates have all been built up over the last, I would say, 5 years.
Or no longer than that.
5, 6 years.
It'd be longer than that, but I'm talking about, let's say, I don't know, 20 years ago, there was nothing. But then when the stabilization came in and the right of way got there, that changed things. But it's, as far as other lakes, they don't allow vehicles down here.
So I would say a sign at the top that says no unauthorized automobiles.
Well, automobiles covers cars, trucks, right?
Yeah.
An automobile is an automobile.
It shouldn't say vehicles, you're right on that.
Vehicle, to me, is
Because
like,
golf
that's
cart
not
is a
right.
vehicle.
and then once you start seeing golf, but automobiles, we do not want automobiles to go down
That's right.
at all.
No,
So that's number one. Then the second issue is what's locked and what's accessible. And then what are we doing about people being on the beach with their ATVs pushing in or pulling out their boat lifts and their launches?
So back to policy, what I understand, we got, one's good, we added this new section of authorized use down from lower gate, from upper gate to lower gate. Sounds like request for access is good with you guys too, we're just working on the beach access open enclosures, right?
yeah, like, and just to throw this out too, there's a group on CJ one. So Beach Access 6, so they have a Shoremaster pier, and there's, I think, 5 guys involved in it. But it's the one that doesn't have the steel on the top, they've got these cedar sections. So every year they take a trailer down there and put them all on the trailer and take them back to someone's house and then take them back down in the spring, so they need the gate open.
They need authorized access.
Right,
Which we could give them authorized.
And
access.
give them a piece of paper saying they
You
have
have authorized access to take your lift down.
from this for this date. And after that, it wouldn't be, and they could be in big trouble.
So.
That's
authorized-
easy.
so, yeah, and so now I'm wondering, why would you have the gates just not locked at the top? If people can get their quads down there.
So the top gate should always be locked.
Unless someone makes arrangements.
That's not and why would you ever, no, but like, other than that, one specific case. The only one that's gonna go down there is maintenance staff,
Right,
to get the toilet or whatever.
yeah, and pump them.
So why wouldn't you lock the upper vehicle access gate, because they can go around with their UTVs?
Yeah,
So if you lock the top one 100%. Even snowmobiles, lock it. Maybe that top one should always be locked.
Because there is access around for non-automobile to get to the lower gates.
To get to the lower gates. So the upper gates should always be locked. Is there a reason why they can't?
and
Does
then,
anybody request to open the upper gate?
Well, in the fall, yes.
For what
When the
purpose?
first snowfall comes, we have beach access gentleman at 8 down there who wants to get his hut out
Oh,
onto
it's
the lake.
ice nuts.
oh, yeah,
But then that's a very, very specific, that's almost like your cedar lift.
That can be a arranged authorized vehicle
Yes.
access where we with 3 business days notice.
Yes.
Okay,
So if the upper gate is always locked, if we paint that scenario,
so the
what is the
upper
problem
gates
with
are
that?
always locked. Okay,
Maintenance has keys, the office
Yeah.
has keys. They gotta, if they wanna pull up a hut or take down a lift, cause some of these do have lifts on wheels. But they'll need to go through the big gate, right? Not very many, but some of them do.
I don't know if there is any.
I've seen some lifts and stuff parked in people's yards.
I wouldn't want,
So how do they get them down?
I wouldn't want to discourage that because that is,
Less on the beach.
Yes.
that is a full compliance with
Yeah,
the environmental and municipal reserve.
they're the ones
regulations.
that are calling us to get access with the gates.
So that, then we do have to rewrite this if we want to.
Yeah, but then if it's fairly limited, then we don't need to open it for a whole season. It's just,
And this would prevent anybody driving down with a pickup truck.
yeah,
If that upper gate is always locked,
I mean, yeah, it might be open for one weekend. And maybe somebody would forget to close it or something like that, but that would be more the exception than the regular thing, so.
and they can get through all of them with snowmobiles in the winter. The lower gate would have to be unlocked in the winter, but that's
Yeah.
different, that's fine.
I don't know, I just hate to be so negative on it, but it's just past experience.
No,
I like
I'm
this.
rethinking the lock. I don't see there's a reason why that upper gate can't be locked 99% of the time.
And this is why this conversation is great, because we're gonna get some consistency that we've been trying to work towards.
Well, the thing is too, that if there is something as a policy, then it takes some of the negativity towards administration
Yeah.
out. And I certainly think, Melissa, if there is a real problem or something, just down the phone, council,
Yeah,
I don't care.
yeah.
I'm not gonna tell them to call council, you could ask to be a delegation to speak to council
No,
on the
they can-
subject.
Yeah, we're a small enough community, they can talk to council.
Right, but this way then you,
Yeah, it's
as
more
you're
formal.
looking at the policy and saying, okay, we're hearing what you're saying and maybe we can amend something. Because that's the channel that it should be, because then you're looking at it right off the bat. We're bringing the policy to you at the same time, because this is his concern.
So there's so many examples that I could give you guys. It goes anywhere from
We're gonna have to,
fires
Oh,
down there.
I
it's
rephrased
dries
it.
down,
The policy
like
right
pallet fires.
because there's upper gate,
And then
Yes.
if it's a wind and the breeze is coming off the lake and it's a dry fall or a dry spring,
We're gonna have issues.
you know, it's just.
Okay, so we're gonna have to break out upper and lower gate.
okay?
And I think most of this applies for the lower gate. The upper gate, we could say upper gates will be locked. And will only be open upon request, 72 hours notice must be given. And then and must have a request for access, how's that? And then those requests for access are all outlined. So the
Okay.
upper gate will be locked year round.
Year round, okay?
And will only be open under the below request for access. That takes care of that. There's no vehicles driving down there unless they have permission. And we'll put signs in that says no unauthorized or restricted access, no unauthorized automobiles. And that takes care of the upper gates. Correct.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now, the lower gate beach accesses 1 to 8 and closures. Now, do those dates work?
No, absolutely.
The rest of it works then if we title that number 2 to be lower gate, lower beach or lower gate
lower
beach
beach
access.
gate access.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
So
And
are we
then-
still gonna rely on snow or not?
I don't think so. I don't think we need to.
So people can get out there and rip
Quads
around
down.
on their quads in the fall.
We have, no, the quads can't go in there because they will be closed and locked between June to September,
No, but
all
so
summer.
fall time, people can go down there and rip around as much as they want on their quads.
No, there's still gonna be a sign that says no vehicles on the beach, no motorized,
Okay,
that sign still exists, right?
That
It's still
still
there.
exists at the bottoms, and we can make sure that we.
We're just opening it to allow
Add
the
extra if we have
lifts.
to.
okay, so then I think we need to be clear that if it's open from June or from September to June,
Yeah,
I think we should be very clear in this policy saying for these purposes
Yes.
only, and that would include
you're in your explanation.
yeah, you're getting docks in and out in accordance, following Alberta environment, whatever you said that you use as your standard thing. So I think that needs to be a disclaimer in there.
following Alberta environments, public lands.
So at
Yes.
the
And-
first of September or whatever, until June, you're gonna have them gates open at the bottom.
Open or not, just not locked, with a request to keep them closed, other than when you're going in and out.
So,
If it's a nice fall, you're gonna have a rodeo down there.
That's what I'm a little worried about.
Oh,
so could you add in weather dependent?
Well, I think it's just for the purposes only of the docks and lifts and frozen condition lake access. Like winter, like snowmobile,
some people's definition of frozen and what's good for a snowmobile different from person to person.
Yeah, that is true. I've seen it. I've seen them on.
Some people, like even that last little bit of snow we just got, the little snowmobile we got there, I had snowmobiles going up back out there again.
Yeah.
So why do snowmobiles need 8 accesses, 9 accesses if you include the boat launch to the lake? We all like it. Backlots definitely like it. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
can a
Do we-
snowmobile legally drive down to like the boat launch?
They can go anywhere.
Yes, that's part of your
Legally?
transportation because
You
you're
guys
under
have
LEG.
street transportation, it allows it.
Well,
Yeah.
that's a good point then.
You have new bylaws now that are allowing them better access anywhere. In the community.
If you know you can't
Some
come up,
lower
but
ones.
then you open some and not others and.
Lower ones.
And it's easy for 2-3 counselors that have lakefront to say, oh, you don't need access. I'm sorry, but there is that criticism.
Yeah, no, that's true.
So-
There's two sets.
All
of
should
names.
be open.
I know, but it's.
Cause that
I don't see a
is, like
definition.
it should be all.
I think it always is.
We need to go
maybe.
for that.
It's open right now.
Yeah, maybe we'll jump in the mini truck.
Didn't
Yeah.
notice that.
Yeah.
We're gonna take a mini truck drive so I can educate her on.
Well, I can see that there's upper gates and lower gates, but I thought like, at one point, my thought, the upper gates are gonna be unlocked.
No, no, we're closing those year round.
Because
The
of vehicles,
Okay.
automobiles.
Okay. And the bottom ones, which would be the lower ones, are.
The ones that we're having the discussion right now.
So now we're saying,
Two
So
will
the
become,
so the top
two
one
is lower gates.
two, yeah. Well, lower gate, I,
So the lower ones, maybe the timeline is wrong, or it
Well-
should be weather dependent.
or we
I know.
can smooth it, where we have them closed.
so if people wanna put if the ice goes off in a week or two and people wanna put a lift in the 1st of May.
Or you can go July 1st to October 1st that they're locked. Then they're open from,
But we're still concerned about fall parties down on the beach. Cause now you can take your quad and go bomb it, it'd be fun to go on the nice flats with
Oh,
this much water and zipping on those sandbars and.
yeah, you could just have so much fun, but you
Yeah.
can still get down there at the boat launch.
And there's rocks and stuff, so you
That's right.
probably couldn't get in there.
But either way,
Well,
public,
You might, yeah,
if you wanted to,
the
you're,
fire lane you could, yeah,
public land says you can't because we don't have permission
Yeah,
for
No,
think you want-
UTVs.
no, but
Anyway,
I know. I bring turns for you guys.
um,
I think we need to maybe defer it, or do we need to make a decision now on?
No,
I
you
think
don't.
make a decision, but I think,
I think we need to take it back and bring it back to
Okay.
the next council
So-
meeting, but I.
Why don't you table for more consideration and have administration work on some of the amendments that you've noted?
but, yeah, before we do that, why don't we do like a quick roundtable of just what each of the 3 of us think, you know, as ideas for overarching things. We don't have to each agree on it. We could all completely disagree. I mean, I can go first. I think to say something like frozen conditions access of snow machines is something we could do, and that would mean unlocking and or opening of the lower gates. And I like, you know, specific spring and fall times where we can allow quad access following, Alberta Environment Guidelines and access out of those things with 72 hours notice and an update to the fees bylaw that adds in after hours charges.
Well, we kind of have.
We
it.
have it.
We have a public works one, we have it, it's $90 per hour, minimal 2 hours. So I kind of did like a rough estimate. So if you're paying someone, cause this person has already probably worked their 40 hours, or, so this would be overtime, it's on the weekend.
So it's time and a half.
So time and a half, you're pretty close, you're close-ish to that, we're a little low on what the wage is, but then.
Okay, but then the policy can be clear that if 72 hours notice is not given,
Mhm.
Then
then
you will be charged
you will be charged overtime.
for a call out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it should be very
Cause
clear.
I guess it is like, sounds like request for access at section 3 is clear, like. Kind of thing, right? It sounds clear, no one is
Can
really.
we have the words winter months in the actual policy?
Sure.
And then define winter months are
Okay.
Is that from-
as when the ice is frozen and determined by blah, blah, I don't know who, to be safe to go
Oh,
on.
I would never do
You go
that.
that's too far?
No,
That's
they-
we're thinking
I
about
want-
if somebody goes
Yeah,
for
yeah,
this.
yeah.
But we could just say,
You want a
during,
definition though, right?
during,
November to
well,
March?
Well,
I would
you've got,
say-
historically, these gates have been managed seasonally, and then you got in the background, winter months. Gates remain open to allow access for off-highway vehicles such as snowmobiles to the lake.
Mhm.
Do we need to say anything more? Is anybody gonna go down on a snowmobile when there's no snow or no ice?
no, but I think,
Or you wanna take
I-
it further?
no, I think that's fine to say like that. I wouldn't put exact dates on, but I would say, I would basically say, you're here every week. When winter's here.
Yeah.
And then you say, and then you put a thing up on, maybe put a notice up on Facebook that says,
Field
we opened the gates for snowmobile access today or something.
Yeah,
And then this time of year, you put a notice up says, hey, this Friday, we're gonna be closing the gates for the season.
Well,
I think I know exactly what you're saying, and I think I know how to kind of come up with a definition of, because it must. I wanna make sure, cause there's always a person, oh, we got our first snowfall, we can go. And I've gotta take a look, we need to have that frost level condition.
But who's gonna check the frost level condition is the problem. And how
That's
do you?
the thing,
how do
so
you
the
do-
ground has to have a bit of
Well,
frozen in it,
it
crazy,
can go with the amount of snow.
okay?
Like,
Minimum 4 inches
Minimum?
I
accumulation.
think we,
Okay.
even, like what we've been doing in the past, if there's enough snow for a snowmobile to run around, the gates will be
So are you
open.
gonna close them when we lose that minimal though? Cause you're saying we're gonna open them at 4 inches, but are you gonna close them if it gets less than 4 inches?
Well,
It's still in the winter months, that's the
Yeah.
signal.
Winter.
Okay, okay.
I think this again is a policy, we're giving direction to you.
Yes.
If the gates aren't open and, a lot of people are chomping at the bit, the party is gonna come down and say, can you open them up, and say,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, yeah, I think we're here, we can open it up now. I
I'm
don't think it needs to be like hugely, no, it's not November 1st
yeah.
or, we got a really late fall, there's no reason to open it, we don't need to open it on November 1st.
These will be guidelines, and then we can always have a clause at the bottom, weather dependent, but it's guidelines.
And if it's not working, like you said, we can always come back next season and change and fix it.
It'll be like the snow removal policy, we'll bring it every year and tell you what we handled. And what we should look at to amend.
I think we should get you guys to draft up a revised
A
and
new one?
look at it. Huh?
A new one?
And then, yeah.
Motion
Well-
to,
What about you, Lauren? I mean,
Yeah, you have any further?
No, I just think it's working good now with the amount of snow, you open the gates for the snow machine guys. And if someone needs to get a shack down there. If the top ones are locked, then they can call up the office and get them unlocked.
72 hours notice, yeah.
So now that, and that's good to define that top now, because you've defined it that they're closed.
Yeah.
You must book it. I'm happy with that.
Well, if they've got something small enough to go around the main gate on the upper, then
Then go ahead.
that's allowed.
Yeah,
As long as the bottom gates aren't open when there's a chance for
Yeah,
rodeos.
Well, and that's where I think the policy says from, would say from whenever until frozen
Snowpack,
conditions.
that just gives you the,
depending on
Yeah,
snowpack.
yeah.
I think you can leave it like that.
So if it's a dry November, no, we're
Yeah,
we're not
if
opening
you
gates, no
can
reason to.
see open sand and open water in November, the gates shouldn't be open. The lower gates
that's right.
shouldn't be open.
Yeah,
You're making notes of that part?
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay,
so the idea is that you'll do a redraft and we'll look at it next meeting?
do you want me to
Yes.
put as like, but we just, can I just have it as we have discussed changes of the policy at the next regular council meeting, May 14th?
That's what I'm looking for, because we're gonna review all of them minutes, we'll review
But I don't have a
that
list, I don't have a
everything, and
list of
then we'll
discussion.
draft what we've heard.
In-
And then you guys will
In
get
the
it back.
minutes, do I have to list the discussion topics?
No, the council has discussed the policy and would like administration to take back the recommendations provided.
and come up with revisions.
Yes.
and it's been very good discussion, but it's very important.
Yeah.
It is.
It absolutely
Because
is.
we're trying to avoid the weird emergency callouts and frustration and while just go and open it. I'm
Exactly.
not gonna be there till 6 o'clock
Yeah.
Friday
Or
night.
I'm not even here, I'm in BC, right?
But the thing is, we also gotta respect the lake, right?
Yes.
And the lake shore, the MR, and especially the right of way. Because we're on very thin ice with that right of way right now.
Yeah, I agree.
And they can put the hammer down and then we are screwed. Because in front of your place and my place, them pegs for that right of way is in the bush. So if people wanted to put their equipment on MR, they'd have to cut all them trees
And you're
down.
not allowed to cut in the ER
You're supposed to
MR.
keep him.
Yeah.
or the ER. To get to the MR.
Well, that's the thing, is we don't like any trees cut
Yeah.
down there. And why would you?
Well, but that's what I'm saying, if you got too close to the letter of the law on ER. We've got boat lifts and launch pads and all of that are technically, we could get into an issue,
Yeah, if you're referring to the right of way.
yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything in the ER especially, because as soon as things start getting removed out of there, we're getting to, it's supposed to be natural
Yeah.
environment state.
And it's not under our control.
No,
We have a
We don't
lease
know.
on it.
Yeah,
we,
Okay, who wants to put their name on it, town administration, make the discuss changes of the PNR 4.4 beach gate access policy and bring back the policy,
the revised policy,
the revised policy, yeah.
for further discussion at May meeting.
Yeah,
Paul made that suggestion.
again, okay.
Okay, I'm taking all the resolutions straight. It's like-
Really active today.
That's because you don't live here.
That's what
Okay,
I want nothing to do.
Blame on the guy that's not here to be blamed all the time. That's fine.
I think it's good, because all we're doing is re-establishing, this is what procedures we have been doing, it's just not in writing.
Yeah,
That's all.
Okay, all in favor?
yeah.
Okay, well, no, that was a good discussion, honestly, and it will be again.
Positive, Lauren.
I'm not sure if that's positive or defeatist.
I'll think it's it's positive.
But I will say one thing over the years, and I've said it before, it's the new people that move into the village. Want to do things different, but once they are here for a few years, they're the ones that are self-enforcing other new people that
Yes.
come here because they understand why, and it's
Yeah.
just a learning curve, and this is part of it.
That's right.
thing, so. Okay, business, mail service delivery in the village. I will tell you right now. Absolutely, I have looked into this twice, and the last time I looked into it. It's still the same. And that means. And I'll do the research on it again, because I know the guys, still some of them up in delivery services in Edmonton. And what the deal is, if you want to have mail delivery here, number one, they don't have, they're broke. But even before they did have some money in their pockets, you would have to have 408 mailboxes out here. You cannot use box numbers anymore, like Gatsby has box numbers, they've got 120 or 30 box numbers out there, box 6 Gatsby. But when they put a C&B service in, you have to have a street address. So every property that has a street address here would have to have a mailbox assigned to it.
You mean that even for non-residents that have to remember to check
Yeah.
and unload the junk mail?
There's 179 of them over in Russian Sands. I installed them. And when they opened service for it, there was a contractor that comes every day from Stettler out to there. And there was 20 out of 179. And today, I think there's around 30
People that use them.
using.
Okay, but then the other 180 are getting filled, are they getting filled up with junk flyers?
No, they don't.
No, they got stoppers in them,
Okay,
but it's the equipment. And you gotta put it somewhere. You have to get a postal code. And right now, it's just,
So they will not allow you to have just box 2
no,
White Sands,
no.
why not?
Because of the delivery, I think it has to do with delivery of, let's say, Purolator, and also.
But I
How
have
did you
box
do it?
204 in Stettler,
But
but it's,
But you can still get
their
Amazon
address.
parcels in a box. for-
I was assigned a box number,
well,
but I just put in my mailing address.
If you order over at Amazon,
and are they saying because there's no physical person there to accept the parcel? They can't put
no,
parcel,
the policy is if they do a municipality, every house has to have. And lot, even though it's empty, has to have a mailbox.
that
don't
sounds
get it,
really
this-
bizarre to me.
Yeah, cause it like Denalda, I'm not in Denalda, but my,
You're on the rural route,
no, I go right to Denalda and get my post.
so you got a box number.
I had to register for a box number. and
Yeah,
there.
so
Yeah.
like anybody from out in the rural area or White Sands
Yeah.
has a box number in either Erskine or Stettler.
Correct.
And there's, let's say in Stettler, there's around 2,000 boxes or whatever.
Yeah. They don't have enough boxes and neither does Erskine from what we checked with Erskine, that they don't have enough boxes for everybody.
It's just a nightmare.
Yeah.
So can we, I mean, if we need 400 boxes here because we've got 400 lots, that's absurd because we need really 50. Right? We need 50 boxes here
Yeah, and it's,
and Canada Post won't put 50 boxes.
Well, Canada Post right now is looking at re-reviewing how they do their services. So this is a good time for this type of inquiry because they're having to take a look at how they need to and how they move forward with providing.
Some basic services.
Yes, and rural was the biggest issue they ran into in the striking area that we were the ones who got hurt the worst was the rural areas, not the cities.
well, the thing is, the delivery services did tell me last time, that eventually the plan was to do every municipality. But everything is just finished, and they tried to get rid of the rural, like down eastern Canada, most of it's roads. And they wanted to get rid of the rural routes down there and have people go to town to get their mail, same as Denali.
Yeah.
And there was such a big uproar, but the customers went to town for groceries and gas anyway. And there was a big political uproar, so Canada Post is a crown corporation. And it's this last go around with that big old strike, it was the CUPW and the board of directors. Both of them were at fault. But what I can do, I can contact Edmonton if you want and get the skinny on what's going on. And also there's a place in Ottawa I can get a hold of. And I did it about 4 years or 3 years ago.
What I'm looking for is direction from council on, do you want me to proceed on doing an investigation and bring back the information? I just want the direction so I can add it to my list and bring you back more information.
I would suggest that administration does that, not you.
Well, I got all the contacts.
I know, but
You can pass them to Melissa.
I think, well, I don't know, I think, I've had that very same question. Why don't we have our mailboxes? I would support this as the administration should go and find out why can't, and if we come back with a very clear message from the administration route, then that's the way
Yeah,
it
that's
is.
probably better. I'll give you the,
I think
Yes, you give me the contacts you've got so that I have some
well,
extra.
we could, I mean, I know that we've even got a federal MP, I mean, you could ask him the question.
Yes.
You know, he would probably give you the.
that might be a better way to go rather than going direct to Canada Post. Let
I
them
was-
do the work.
I was gonna go through multiple
Okay.
different.
Well, I think as it stands, they've asked for, should they move forward to investigate this, and I think they should.
Okay, and I
Sure.
put your name on it.
I will make that motion.
Okay.
Because I think the inquiries have been coming in, I think it's time we did our due diligence.
Well, and we have a permanent facility here now with
Yes.
staff, so we don't need to put it on a vacant lot in the back somewhere, we can put it right here.
There are locations you can consider.
No?
They may do it in clusters if they were able to do it.
Yeah, a distance,
Like on, it has to be 600 feet from a residence or whatever.
okay,
And then they could put 15 boxes or 30 boxes in a cluster.
okay,
That might be a possibility. Instead of putting the CMBs all on the road, because over at Roshan Sands, there's 179, so you would have double that. Sitting in
I
the
still
yard here.
find that really bizarre, but.
You find it bizarre. I was so mad when I put them things in there. I couldn't figure it out.
But they have more than 179 properties.
No,
No, they
There's
don't,
200, I thought there's 200 or so.
yeah, but it's
Hundreds.
not that,
179.
it's pretty close to that,
Yeah.
Oh.
yeah, it's much smaller.
I know, when I looked up there, it was handy to have my mail there. Personally, when I lived out there for 5 years, I almost went rural route at Denelda, and cause there's some near me. And I kinda wish some days I did, because I have to I don't always go into Denelda unless it's for the kids
Right.
to go into there.
Yeah,
And to get into Statler, I heard it's a 2-year waiting list.
Yes.
I'm in Stettler and my box is this big and it is jam packed every time I pick up the mail, cause I don't go in that often.
Yeah. it's
and
like
then
in
when
Denelda.
we were, like, right now, on my way out, I go over to Roshan and drop our mail in there. Because it just doesn't make sense to run all the way back to Stettler at the end of the day, when I could just go out.
Okay,
Okay, so I took,
motion was made, but not,
now you need to vote.
Yeah. So I'll leave you alone. And Damien would be a good.
give her all the contact.
Email me all your contacts and I will walk through and.
And I would like, I would suggest, and not,
Yeah.
don't have to do it in writing, but I would suggest that you contact the MP and say, is there a reason? Or if you run into a hiccup, like,
Yeah.
common sense has to prevail at some point, no?
Was Canada Post?
I will investigate and bring
Okay.
you back what other.
Yeah, if we find that out, like when you told me that, I was incredulous, I was just like, I.
But if nothing else, like you said, they're doing a review right now, so if we
There might
do this
be a-
inquiry, we say,
Data.
you know, that's kind of crazy, I should look at this.
Yes, and here's an
Maybe it'll make a
opportunity to
difference down the-
expand your services that you should be looking at that could create better.
Yeah.
Well, they deliver to Nevis,
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. We're getting more people than that.
so and that was put in years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's just gathering info. I'll get it for you.
Okay, special meeting for budget.
Melissa said don't do an RFD, so that's just, we're asking. She's got a budget for this one, but we got waylaid and things went sideways.
Where are we at?
We're at the special budget.
Oh, I had updates, I'm sorry, I'm not.
Oh, special budget, okay, yeah,
We're
we're
at
gonna
a special
have,
meeting for.
we're gonna have to call a special meeting for the auditor. And for the final for the budget. Next budget, so that you guys can see the finals, what it looks like. We've had some minor adjustments coming our way, so it's a good thing we haven't got everything fully settled yet. But yeah, so, and the capital budget. So at this point in time, I don't have a date yet for you, but I will be sending an email as soon as I hear from Justin, and if we could clarify to pull together a date with him.
Sure, do you have like a range in mind of when we think we might be wanting to call it?
Well, we have to have our.
Has to be by the end of this month, end of April. Because we have to have our submissions in for financial submissions in before May 1st.
Wow.
April 30th.
Yeah,
That's the last
and we
day.
have cut our, yeah,
Cutting it close.
yeah. So I'm thinking that there would be a special meeting called that last week of April. So if we can keep that on the radar, and I will clarify it and we'll call it as a special.
And it's not to do with the office here as much as it is for the accountant to come. Cause he's had the stuff since February, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and we just grabbed a bunch of stuff.
But
from there
he's doing, she's doing.
Is it Justin Tanner?
Yes, he does, I'm sure he's doing Statler, I'm sure he's doing,
We can do that remotely.
Yeah, if you
Yeah.
need to, yeah, we'll
We need
do
to.
Zoom, if you need to, yeah.
Okay,
Hey,
so you will send out an email when you have,
you bet, and
We're ready.
we'll clarify and we'll post, and yeah, we'll do everything, and a package.
okay? One thing from my perspective, there's, yeah, be find a date,
Okay,
nothing that, will
this is
be-
a motion, just as information or
Motion is information
Okay.
at this time.
who wants to put your name on it? Lauren, okay,
All in favor? Okay, council reports. I got a list, but I'll go fairly fast, but it's, some of it is something that you have to know. So that fire and flood emergency services. So you got the two documents, like the first one that explained what we were doing, and then the quote from Dakota on the one size of pump. But the next thing is, once the snow goes, we may, if you request, he'll come out and see pump sizing. Or also they offer a service for fire and flood. That you go under contract, and then if there's an emergency, they'll come out and deal with it with their equipment. So then we wouldn't have to have equipment on site, so it would be either, I don't know whether it would be a yearly. Cost or how much it would be, I haven't. So that's, I'll get moving on that
and that is specifically for the pond at the end of Third,
for everything.
but mostly,
Uh,
like what else would we use it upon?
well, we use the pump. At the end of Third, we can handle that with our own pump, and
Okay.
at Pheasant Terrace, all the pumping that we have licenses for. We can handle it with the maintenance guy and
Okay,
stuff.
so this pump,
But this would be just for emergency, like if there was a great. Wet spring, let's say, and then a big storm came, like it came over Calgary and sat there that time. Then, let's say this.
So this is the 100-year flood scenario.
Yeah,
Yes,
Okay, and so we to have a expensive pump sitting,
yeah, it doesn't really make sense.
Okay.
Unless. But the idea of that too was if the pond got, or the subdivision got moving over in Maynard's, that retention pond, the plans were to have a pump ready there. To pump that into Jack's Pond as a holding, and then from Jack's. Pond-
actually, did I clarify that one?
Did you had them look?
I had a meeting with Alberta Environment, we had a discussion about that as part of the stormwater management plan, which will be changing to, it's a drainage management plan for the municipality. The license approval that was done for that says that it would be a trash pump would pump that water to Buffalo Lake, not to Jack's Pond,
From the new subdivision.
way up there.
That would be this area up here?
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
so what we could.
so they would have permission to pump directly from the storm pond.
Here's what this storm pond was, okay, I guess it's over here, this is where it was built.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was naturally there.
After this
Yeah,
map,
right behind the new homes that are in here now.
Yeah,
this map will show it much better, you know, our tape came off on one side. Yeah, that's okay. Did it off there? I don't know.
Our agent worked for that.
So, this is the pond. There's gonna be, there was housing lots that would go here, the pond would go here, there was a second right here. And then it had some kind of little channel here and a trash pump. Was going to be put in here and would have to have hoses. To pump all the way down to here, it was never in the license scheduled to go here.
Well, I'm surprised they got a license. And who the
So-
hell applied for it? Was that Scott Simmons?
Well, at this point, whatever happens up there, that'll have to be a discussion and a plan, and an amendment can be made. Which will have to be approved by council, but the engineers will.
but this
review.
wouldn't be our pump.
Well, originally, that's what it is,
What-
it was our pump, we would have to manually with a trash pump it and run all the hosing.
So what happens, the.
There's no
develop-
lift,
the
there's no nothing.
developer would have to buy the pump, buy the line, and the installation paid for, and then after the subdivision is accepted, the village would take it over.
Yeah,
So during the times where this needs to be pumped out, there'd be hoses running across a couple of roads at least.
No,
well, you'd have to try and figure out
Through a culvert.
how you could run it, well,
it'd be bored.
there was no culvert in this plan, it was a trash pump that we looked at this and we discussed it. Somewhere in here, you trash pump, and it would have to get pumped all the way, it's stated, to Buffalo Lake. And we're like, we have no ditches here. We have no right of ways here. And then when you get down to the end here, you have a problem. Cause you have properties.
Yeah.
Well, you
So,
could
because
go-
the developer would not have to be responsible for existing, he's only responsible for the area that he's developing.
That doesn't work at all though, yeah.
No,
Well, I'd like to see the agreement was never put in because it was supposed to be done phase 2 and he wanted to. Put it off to phase 3, and then when phase 3 was applied for, that's when he got caught, he can't develop there.
and that license is good to 2044. But we can make amendments, I did clarify, and the engineers will have to review everything moving forward.
Okay, but that doesn't necessarily affect this. It does.
No,
No, so this is a emergency trash pump to manage a 100-year flood.
Yeah.
yeah, where needed, like, and they may come out and say, you know, that piece of big huge piece of pipe behind the hall here, that they may request that be buried somewhere up here somewhere where they can put a big pump in and go at it. because if it's a 6-inch pump, I think it's too big myself because it would, there wouldn't be enough flow unless we had a whole shitload of water. You're not gonna get enough.
We'd have to have a huge sump built to
Yeah.
collect that
Capture.
much.
Yeah.
And there's that pieces out there that would work, but he's gotta come and have a look at it. He said he'd come and do it. I don't think there would be any charge. It would just be an investigation, whether some report to the village, whether it's worth us hiring them on a contract basis to look after fire and flood in emergencies.
So,
Which would be an annual contract you'd have to budget in.
so, I mean, 1 in 100 year flood. I guess like in terms of normal flood, like, you know, sort of stuff that we've probably seen a few times here. What are the areas that really flood here? What are the properties that are affected?
Well, Pheasant Terrace is one of the big ones.
Yeah.
For sure.
But
Yeah.
there's a manhole down there.
Yeah.
And then we pump across into the quarter section.
Over there,
There's
to the
these
south.
Browns, yeah, I think it's 4.
We already,
Line.
You
there already
have
is
to
a
use
pump
it.
for that, right?
Yeah,
No,
use a trash
no.
pump.
We use, there's a manhole there, you take the cover off the manhole and then you put a cam lock on.
Okay, so we don't currently have a pump for that, but there's a.
We do have, we have one, we take it down in the bucket of the tractor and hook it onto the
Right.
cam lock and then we put the screen down to the bottom of the manhole.
Okay. So this pump that you're talking about though wouldn't be used for that. We're already
No,
covered.
this one would be on, well, could be, but it's too big because the line underneath the road there is, I think, a 3-inch.
Right. So,
Maybe 4.
so you're looking for more right out here, this area
big-
floods?
The big area, like this is probably one of the largest collection basins in the village.
Okay. But I don't think, I've never seen this area flood in my time. I've seen it soggy.
It does, it's just a precautionary, it's mitigation, the same as what the province is doing with fire and flood.
Yeah.
And in Stellar, it hit the town one time. And there was over 12 inches in a day.
Mhm.
And I'm telling you, everybody's basement furniture was out on the street. It just couldn't handle it.
Right.
So,
But like, no, if we have something like that, then having one pump wouldn't necessarily be enough anyways.
No,
No,
So-
that's why he would have to come and have a look and see, it doesn't make sense for us to buy. Pump. Mind you, the one we have. It's a slow process, like you
Yeah.
pump out Jack's Pond and now it's gonna fill up faster. You can have a summer student sitting there for day and a half, and you have to be there because it runs out of gas.
Or the thing comes off.
Well,
Yeah.
that can be fixed.
Yes.
But yeah,
right now, how we have handled, and that's why we did the storm drainage plan. Which we have to make that's the new change for it by environment. Is that there is in your capital. We have taken the projects that are listed in that drainage plan and added it into a 5-year capital plan.
has
To
that
start
whole
dealing
drainage
with
plan
those things.
been discussed through previous council? Like the one that you forwarded me, the one that you
Yes.
forwarded a couple
Yeah.
months ago.
Yes.
That's all been discussed through previous council?
Yeah.
Yeah, and now it's in, we had a discussion with Alberta Environment because we wanted them to, are you in approval? And so that's where we were at, so their concerns was the new development, because nothing was there yet,
Right,
yes.
but we haven't allocated any capital or anything like that, that still needs to.
Not yet, it's in our 5-year capital plan, but we haven't moved any projects forward yet.
Right, okay, like. If we if we were to implement that, accept and implement that plan. Would this pump that you're talking about, you'd still want to have that?
Not necessarily, I think it needs some more exploring, and that's why I want to have this Dakota out.
Yeah, right,
There was three companies, Whitewater was another one, but that was just strictly safe, selling pumps, and then there was also a a 6-inch, but not a good quality from Stettler Rentals, and it was around 40,000. But the thing is, it doesn't really make sense to me to have a equipment sitting there,
Mhm.
you know. But on the other hand, I think it's important that we try and mitigate the problem if it comes. And these guys are in the business of doing that, and they're tangled up with the emergency services of Alberta as well.
Mhm.
But the discussions with Alberta Environment, they've reviewed the plan, they had a couple of questions and stuff. And they just wanted clarity on whenever we do our collections, so we have where the pond is, then we have to have the sedimentary section before it could go on to release and discharge into the lake, but they agree that that's the process.
I guess, you know, I read through that plan and briefly anyways, I haven't gone through in full detail, but I'm still trying to get a handle on how high, like, what risks are we trying to prevent here? Like how, you know, obviously I haven't been through a 1 in 100-year flood here, but, you know, I see that, you know, these natural drainage ponds that are all just the natural ones here right now have worked quite effectively in the past of, you know, draining things out. And so, you know, is the whole town gonna flood the same way, you know, really flat place like Stettler might
and
be?
everything,
Yeah, with
Yeah,
one
and
location.
that's
And like, you know, are we spending a couple $1 million potentially to fix a problem that really isn't there, or is maybe just protecting, you know, a very small number of low-lying properties, and maybe that's something to consider. I just want to get a handle on the risk, because
and that's
either having this trash pump as a short-term thing, or doing this big multi-million-dollar project. You know, I'm wondering, because the natural glacial till here seems to drain pretty fast.
well, it does, Paul, but then also you gotta look at the expansion of the development within the village, within the past, let's say 10 years or 15 years. So CJ1, CJ2, and all of Ranch Road and all the rest of it, and Aspen Ridge Boulevard, and Aspen Ridge Close, they weren't here.
Sure.
So now we got gravel roads and we have houses with roofs on them, and drainage is changed, you know, and driveways, and that's part of what's happening. And then also Third Street Pond probably lost a third of its capacity.
Yeah.
And I know Pheasant Terrace, if it was a odd spring, I'd be down there every day looking at it, because it floods into people's, getting close to people's property, as well as the slough over the road here is connected to where, just across from the dumpsters, there's a channel that goes through. And if that pond gets full, then we've got to pump that into the lake.
Right.
So we have 5 licenses, but the main ones are Pheasant Back, this one across the road, and Third
Street.
That's the main 3,
Right.
but we do have license for 2 other areas.
So I guess I think I hear what you're saying is the drainage plan was made because what seems to be is development was happening. I don't know what happened, but everything just stuck to the natural ponds, but they didn't look at the whole picture of how to manage the drainage, because as you grow and you increase the capacity of that pond, what happens next? And I don't think that was all developed, which I'm running into even with the other subdivision, where all of a sudden it's, okay, now most things are dealing with drainage within each development node, right? Then it maintains it. And it
They
makes sure it doesn't
maintain
affect,
their own stormwater plan.
yes, and it doesn't affect adjacent
Right.
subdivisions, which that's where the drainage plan is trying to just deal with what's existing.
Mhm.
That's it. new stuff will have to now meet those requirements of making sure they don't burden onto the existing and they create their own.
And that's the problem with the other subdivisions that were done earlier. They had no responsibility for drainage.
Managing the drainage.
Like there wasn't one for Carl's property over there, like Pheasant Terrace.
But there is now for
There
any
is now,
future.
because we paid for it. Like we paid for the main one for the pump.
Hmm.
We have that plan. I don't know.
And those projects that are listed in that is just to deal with the existing.
But this, like this guy. And he comes out and sees Melissa and goes around and looks at what's going on, and he'll know exactly. He's in the business, they're in the business.
Is there an on-call option?
You bet, yeah, that's what it would be.
Cause I wouldn't wanna be paying for a yearly option when it might not happen for 50 years.
No,
Well, that's the other thing that council will have to decide, but we gotta set up the information.
the downside risk could be then if you have the 100-year flood and you call, they're gonna be busy.
But then what, yeah, so how?
Yeah.
So if we have that 1 in 100-year flood. And some private properties get flooded because we haven't been able to relieve the 3rd Street and 2 or 3 of those guys get flooded seriously. Is that if we have a contract with somebody to be on call to take care of that, isn't that their insurance? Just looking for insurance, right? In a way. Like, what do we
I guess
need to do to protect the low-lying areas? If they built in a low-lying area right next to a slough, and we allowed it as a summer village, our predecessors or whoever allowed it, what is our risk and responsibility and insurance?
When Calgary houses got flooded in 2013, the city didn't pay for that.
And I didn't either.
No, you won't,
Okay,
because it is,
so why are we worried? What are we worried about?
That's kind of where I'm getting at too. I mean, like, we have to do our due diligence
Oh,
of
and-
managing stormwater,
But
but,
if we can see a pond is filling up and we pump it,
Yeah.
good on us.
but I'm reluctant to spend $2 million if there's a couple houses that, you know. Yeah, like, are we talking a natural disaster? Are we talking a couple houses have a flooded basement is, I guess, what I'm wondering about with this plan.
Yeah, and that plan, they had, it wasn't mechanical means to move the water either. It was-
Well, yeah, it's something that,
It was culverts.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's pump and
ultimately,
underground digging through a hill, like,
Yeah.
that's not an easy, simple
Yeah.
thing either.
yeah, cause it would have been the same at Pheasant Terrace, like, I'll be honest, if you look at any highway where you've been, they've redone highways. And they have a high level mark, and then they put in a big culvert. And when it hits that level, it flows out onto the other side. They never pump, they don't pump, they flow,
Yeah.
mhm.
so.
What Lauren is saying is though, and then what the engineer's report said is that they will not flow from one to the other.
Because we've never had anything to accommodate or compensate. So what we're trying to do is find out how do we make them flow? And then we have an outlet. And then it continues on and has that's what the drainage plan was about. For the existing. To take the existing and say, how do you make it better?
But that was multi-millions.
That was a little over $1.5 million, yes, of projects you could plan for in the future.
Yeah, piecemeal alone.
Yes.
And biggest problem is the same thing with the subdivision now, if you do it in that community, the developer is responsible for most of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
But
and
it's the existing that I'm concerned about.
Yeah, we have a lot of existing.
Okay, sorry, we
Okay.
interrupted your report.
I'm just, again, if we could put a review for the community standards bylaw.
Yep, that is on our list, the community standards, brother, because I know I have to deal with that.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff in there that
ATVs now are in a
Taken
community
out,
standard.
put
They
into
move.
the transportation. Okay, Shirley McClellan, I'll just give you the update on that meeting. It was, okay, the Roseland Vault line is 90/10 funding through Water for Life. It's about $11 million project. And already 11.4 million. The line has been bought in 2023. Fortunately, and I think that was around because the supply line was getting low and they weren't able to, and the prices were going to go really up. So they saved a lot of money doing that. And it's the bids went out on that and they varied from 5 million to $12 million. And there was about 7 bids out on it. There was a few of that came in, like Stantec Engineering took care of all the bidding and everything else, so they went through the papers that came in, and they disqualified, I think, 3 because they weren't filled out properly. And unfortunately, the cheapest one was not filled out properly. But the award went to Mollis Excavation of Stettler. So it's gonna go there. And they're starting pretty quick. And there will be truck fills at Roseland and for just both same size. And then the last one will be from I think Permukin is the name of the little community west east of Concert, and it's going to go to the last phase 8 will go to Clonpier, so just about the Saskatchewan border.
There's that one.
So that's where it'll end. So that line goes from Stettler transfer station all the way to the Saskatchewan border, and into that it's 2.8 million. And the debenture for phase 6. So phase 6 is from Ocean Sand or from White Sands to Ocean Sands, and they were over $100,000 under budget on that one. And so they and we have to, like, Melissa's going to contact the office to make sure that I got this right. But from what was said, is that they're going to take the not debenture it out, but take the cost of it out of reserves, 10% of their reserves. So there wouldn't be any debenture, but Melissa has to call the commission and just make sure that that was what I understood. I was on the Zoom meeting and it was kind of sketchy there. So that's about it on that. I had some information on the stabilization because you guys asked. So I joined the group in 2013. The pump started up in 2002. Am I going too fast?
I got it. I'm there.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
And they stopped pumping in 2018 because of the CARB. And then there was a 5-year moratorium, so that took it to 2023 to stop pumping, and then they put another 5-year on it.
So now.
So it's not started until 2028.
2020.
2020.
But that could be lifted depending on the results from.
Right, and so the filter system has been gone to Edmonton, to environment, and we're supposed to know by the end of this month. Or probably into May, whether that's been approved. And then environment said that if it gets approved for Gull Lake, then it would be eligible for our system over here, if the government so desired to do that. Ours would be a bigger system because we have to more pressure to lift up that, get up that hill. But it would be basically the same idea. And an interesting thing I dug out the other day was that they do have a way in Gull Lake to take water samples out of the lake and see if there's actual carp in there. And it says here it's kind of like the same as dander from a dog.
It's cDNA technology that they've been talking about, that, yeah, they can collect water samples and analyze the DNA for invasive species.
Yeah, so and it would be on the surface. So that's kind of interesting.
It doesn't, you got a problem, it doesn't necessarily help you solve it. But
Right.
it's the
So then also I was talking to Melissa and I wanted to set up a town hall meeting. Just sometime in June. But I'll coordinate with her and Melissa doesn't have to be there particularly. There's no minutes, there's no motions, it's just a
Discussion.
Yeah, we can do it either in the hall available or in the shop and everybody just bring their own chairs or whatever, but I'll arrange.
I'll open up the old shop, we'll come up with ideas.
Yep.
I think we got a couple ideas.
Okay, there was I got some calls on the 5% on a new building. But how it works and wasn't maybe realized, the 5%, once you're done your foundation, you get 2.5% back. So 5% on the full project of the building. If you're doing a house and then you get 2.5 back for the foundation, then after lockup, you get the other 2.5 back. And there was some concern that it wasn't given back, but the landowner has to let the development officer or the office here know where they're
Stage wise.
yeah, because that's not
They have to request it.
yeah. And the email I sent you just on the county's units that are left for development on the South Bustle Lake is after they did the approval for the development permit for Bar W. So they had 1,734 units left for development at that time. So that's just within the county of Steglers.
Area, yeah.
And then the transformers that flooded over on Ranch Road. Melissa looked into that and Atco Electric is happy with them the way they are. So Maynard doesn't have to move.
Yeah, they were all approved and signed off.
So that's about it for me.
Okay. Did you written right? So you don't need to put a bill, or did you want to go in your?
There's not really much that I need to go through, so it can just be accepted if anybody's got any comments or questions.
Okay, I attended the regional fire. They noted that the precipitation is still well below average. And they're expecting a fairly challenging grass fire season.
We just had one last week.
And they're working, so that was one. They are also working on an agreement with the summer villages first, and then will be the town and county. They expect to be talking to us by the beginning of April, which is nowish. Have they talked to us?
They haven't said anything to us.
They said they will be, before the first half of April, they will be talking to us. They have acquired two more replacement bushfire units. That'll be at station 3 and 4, which is Denalda and Bymore. That was the main thing. They're changing out some radio systems, but I don't think that was all that appropriate or important for us. The biggest thing is they wanted to let us know they thought the grass fire season was going to be challenging. I attended the Stettler Waste Management Group. The financial audit was presented. Very well-managed group was the basic comments. There is some discussion on admin fees that are paid by the commission to the county for administering that site and all the activities. There was some debate and discussion on those admin fees are falling behind the actual costs, so the county had asked for an increase that was deferred. But there was a requisition of $78 approved, which is a $2 change from 2024. And so that'll be, you should have that. They did purchase a new compactor for just over $1 million. And that is already, even in the short time it's being used, is already, it's starting to increase the duration of the land sell. So that's been good results. It's more efficient fuel wise. They sold the old one, they got a trade-in value for it. So they are going to be researching other ways of bringing in revenue. And one of them is potentially increasing the tipping fee in 2026. And Renee is retiring or in June. He's been there for a gazillion years. So they're going through a process. And it's at least 6 years before they'll need to dig another cell, which is the expense. The auditor did point out that the landfill closure reserve is more than adequate.
Good.
So that they were happy with that. And so the reserves were good. Met with the recreation committee and we discussed, we identified 5 or 6 areas, mostly large green spaces. And this area, the village center, that there was a number of suggestions that were thrown out just so people had something to kind of give feedback to. Yes, this is a good idea. Yes, I would like to support this. No, I wouldn't. And also an open-ended question to each of those to say, well, what else did we miss something, so that it allows people to get ideas. It's coming along pretty good. I've seen 2 or 3 or 4 drafts of it. I think it's getting closer. I think it's going to be after the meeting on Monday of next Monday. We should have something to present to admin to kind of prepare the final, this is what we think, tweak it and put it in the proper format. There was, they wanted to get as much feedback as they could. That group, very, very good group to work with. And they also requested that I approach the Hall Society for feedback separately, as well as one of the groups that are very much involved in this area. And so I did approach the Hall Society the following day and got some of their feedback. And then you saw the email that the Hall Society then asked where we were at with some of their recommendations. And they said, well, the two are potentially going together, but there are some things that they would like us to address as well. But they liked ideas like the amphitheater that would kind of take care of their, event space in here and their blocks and stuff like that. So good feedback, good discussion. I think it went on for about 35, 40 minutes. So we do expect that, some of the, you know, suggestions might be controversial or not, when you start getting into some of the fire lanes and what people consider their back alleys or their backyards. Their backyard green space, if it's now more open to the public, it could create some concerns, but that's why we're going out to the bigger audience. And I think that was it. That was all. Any questions on that?
Good update, thanks.
Yeah, was Jeannie able to attend them?
Yes, we had full attendance, and lots of active emails back and forth and everybody's diving in. I was quite impressed with the enthusiasm that everybody jumped into and good feedback, lots of open communication and some great ideas, some, you know, like, do we need to open this up again? Some of the hall expansion stuff and all of that, you know, because that's part of future recreation, so you know, there was some debate on whether that should be opened up again, or should we put a question or a comment. We did ask that they prioritize under each of the 5 or 6 areas. We said, well, you know, these are some suggestions. What do you think of this, this, and this? And then prioritize from 1 to 6 or whatever, and then anything else. And then there was a suggestion that maybe it can come around the same time as our open house or our town hall. But they wanted to, they said, well, what do we do with these suggestions that we get open-ended? How do we then add that into a result? Because it'll just be, you know, without any discussion or debate or prioritizing, it might not be. So then they said, is there an opportunity in June or in July to kind of do an information stand or say, you know, saying, here's kind of what we're thinking and here's the feedback. Now, what do you think of these old ideas? Here's some of the priorities. And, you know, we had some new ones too. Where would you place them? So they wanted to kind of get, you know, maybe potentially some feedback then before they presented it to council. So it was made very clear that these were to be, you know, recreation, park use, and council would have to take in the financial impacts or considerations of any of these projects and then move those forward.
Yeah, and how to implement it in your strategic planning.
Yeah, sounds good.
So yeah, it was good. I was quite impressed. I think it'll be, I'm looking forward to some good suggestions.
Well, there's nothing like having a proper committee and public input. I mean, it's the way it should be.
Yeah, yeah. And it was a good cross-section of people too.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's some education on exactly what you want to do with some of the people that have been doing.
Yeah.
This is a good opportunity for us to really work our bylaws and get them right.
Yeah, well, and some of the planning and, you know, hopefully we'll get some direction on some of the ways that we should be spending our budget down the road.
Yeah.
Okay, so CAO.
No, motion. I
Oh,
second.
motion to accept 8.1 to 3. Dan, all in favor? Okay, Melissa, do you wanna run us through the report?
Okay, I provided you a written report. I'm going to, we already know, we did some ICS 200. I think I gave you guys that at the last meeting. Aaron and Public Works had went.
100.
Or 100 and 200 is going to be scheduled for ongoing.
Yeah.
March 13th, we got golf cart pilot project bylaw was signed off by Alberta.
Nice.
Transportation, we are just waiting for the frost to disappear to do the first one calls, and I hear frost is still in, we've got 3 feet. So after 3 feet, you still hit frost, so we're getting there. We'll get the first calls done so we can get the installation of the signage as per the bylaw. getting the LGFF reporting completed, finalization of Front Street Road widening. Covers the outstanding unspent grant money that was at risk of losing, so we've got that done. As of now, we only have outstanding grants that are within the 5 years based on the agreements, so we're doing good. We will have to spend a little bit as part of capital, but that'll come as we go through our budgets.
We haven't, in any of the meetings that we've had in the last little bit, we haven't gone through what those grants are and what the plans are for those grants, have we?
No, cause that's gonna all be listed in your capital budget. We'll have everything. We have a 5 year that we have been approved that, yes, we're on the right track of how to list it. And it lays out all the grants and the funding per year and what we have and
When
Yeah.
do we go through that?
that's coming with the audits and we call that special meeting. You're gonna get everything.
Okay, we'll cover capital budget then too?
Yes.
Okay.
Cause it has to be 5.
Yes.
It's always yeah. So we completed another round of summer students interviews, so we've got both positions ready to start at the end of April,
May 1st.
May 1st.
Was the Kobe one, or did she back?
No,
She's coming.
we got the 2,
There are 2. I believe 2 good ones, so.
yeah, 1 female, 1 male, yes, I can remember, cause we've interviewed quite a few, but we have 2. March 27th, reviewed outstanding items from the municipal accountability program, the map that we had completed in 2021. And we have met the pecuniary interest because we had 3 items, so we've got that, we're in compliant. Closed meeting documentation and minutes and FOIP sessions, we're compliant now, we've met all that. And we will be compliant once we pass our budgets this year in the 3-year operating and 5-year capital plans, because we have now, I've had them review it and they said we have rectified the last outstanding items, so by the end of this year, we are fully compliant.
Great.
I'm just saying thank you. March 28th, the MRPAC committee meeting. March 31st, the municipality is without a maintenance supervisor labor due to medical leave notices for 13 weeks. We have an advertisement out for a temporary seasonal maintenance supervisor laborer. And we are working with Roshan with their person, and he comes in once a week and he's doing the odd things that we need to get done that's critical. And I have application deadline for closing is Friday, and I have 3, and 2 I've already got scheduled to start sitting down.
There's been some interest, good.
Yes, outside interest.
Where are you reaching out to for advertising this?
I just did on the website and through Facebook. We haven't like,
And then we shared to Stetler.
yeah, like Stellar Jobs or like places
Yeah.
on Facebook. Just cause like Indeed, you get a lot of
Yes.
stuff.
That's a
And it-
difficult one.
Yeah.
I was really hoping that there would be more internal residents that might be interested. Nothing at this point, but I am looking at interviewing 2 potentials. And have 1 more.
Can you send something out to basically say, not on what, on our own web, Facebook, Facebook, and say, hey, you know, do you know anybody? And then post that again,
Yeah.
just as a, you know, closing on
Yeah,
Friday.
Closing on Friday.
Yeah, we'll repost it up
But
again.
even with that, because they might not be interested, but they might know somebody, and just to re-trigger it, I'd like to get as, I think, you know, this is going to be for the majority of the summer, or a good chunk of it. I'd like to get somebody good that, you know, that has the skill set. It's nice to have the pick of the litter as opposed to getting, you know, dealing with who you get, sort of thing.
I'm working on it. Again, because this is a temporary,
Yeah,
I'm It's gonna be hard for retention. I have had some residents stop in and there doesn't seem to be any interest in this.
Yeah, we'll just throw it out there again.
Yeah.
I mean, I haven't heard of anything either, but it's still
Yeah.
fairly new, so, and it is a tight time frame. That's why I would suggest throwing it out there again.
Yeah, and I do have 3 so far.
Yeah, this is good.
So I accept that's better than none. That's all I can say on that. Okay, April 1st was the Stettler Emergency Management Agency meeting overview, provided a variety of updates regarding the emergency plan. And Paul was in attendance on that. April 2nd, met with Aptus and Alberta Environment, municipalities drainage plan. Plan deals with the current drainage issues and that any new subdivision development would be required to maintain drainage plans for the development. The intent is that any new subdivision development does not burden the current municipal drainage and natural holding areas depending on weather-related events. Ongoing, still working on the budgets. We'll have that special meeting so that you will have everything you need. MSI reporting, LGFF, we are just waiting for the auditor to complete, and then we can finish that one off. Safety code reporting, just received more development permits. We are in compliance on our power, gas, plumbing. Those were all passed. So I'm just trying to finish off the last bit for the office, which I have received the 2 final quotes, one to finish off the entrance and to do the landscaping. Then we should be done. Lots of development questions and applications are starting to happen. And working on encroachment agreements. And we are getting, since we have all 3 buildings built onto the sewer and the water, under the grant as part of this construction project, we're putting an alarm system for those 2 tanks because with depending on how stacking requirements are, it'd be nice to have some better backup systems. So that we can keep tabs on things better. Roads will be graded sometime this week, beginning of next week. Gravel's coming for filling potholes. There's changes to the MGA Bill 50, which looks like our code of conduct bylaws will be repealed
And replaced.
and replaced. Don't know the full details yet on what this is entailing. The other part is election, which is financial reporting and donation collecting for elections. And then the other parts, I'm not sure, but I have registered for additional sessions with municipal affairs to learn whatever else is changing with them. So that's as far as I've got on that. The bylaw for public hearings, we're gonna be working on that. And told you about the quotes. Yeah, that's it. I'm done. Anything else? Sorry, it gets busy.
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, a motion to accept, Dan, all in favor? So financials, do you wanna take us through that?
Cause you don't have a new budget, or you don't have a budget yet, you keep on just getting December 31st and just.
Yeah, because until we pass the budget, then everything gets right up to where we are.
Your March didn't quite make it in, I got it done yesterday for your bank reconciliation, but not enough time into here, so it'll be in your next agenda.
I guess just asking anything highlighting or anything that's a concern right now.
No, we've been keeping things as tight as possible. We don't wanna other than what's under the grant for this building, I'm looking forward to just get that stuff done.
Okay, and this medical leave of absence and rehiring, does that have a budget impact? Potentially?
No,
If anything, we won't have to pay for 2 weeks.
Right now, you're not paying,
Or you need,
Okay,
Any
so
maintenance?
he's on the unpaid leave right now.
yes, because we don't have any benefits that state that we pay for anything like that, so.
Okay,
At this point in time, I'm waiting for legal to give me any more background because they're medical. Must, due to the labor code, you must hold that position for 16 weeks.
Okay.
So that's why when I put the ad out, it's temporary.
Yeah.
So that I'm not breaking any codes.
Okay.
Yeah, but otherwise, no, right now you're saving money because you only have a person coming once a week. And we're paying them under that, but it's a contractor that we just pay them, he just gives us the bill for his hours and we just pay him. And then I'm just checking in benefits because he'll have to cover his portion.
Yeah.
Portion of employee portion, if he doesn't, then I have to cut the benefits.
okay,
But I wanna make sure I cross my T's and dot my I's before I do anything, so right now, that's where we're sitting.
okay, thanks.
good. And I don't have any concerns.
Okay, so, correspondence.
Kind of wants to move the financial reports. More well, okay.
Sure. Okay, we have.
Yep.
Correspondence, so there's a few things in here that might need some action, so. Alberta policing. I don't know.
That one,
So,
just information, because
yeah,
we don't think we have enough detail yet with the act stuff that the provincial government is trying to put in place and which may make the municipal enforcement. We just don't know what's going on quite at this point in time.
yeah. Come for a bite, it's, that there was yesterday and it was excellent. Really, really good.
Was it good? What, many people show up for it?
10,
Dan?
Good.
and that's almost too many because there's a lot of hands-on for the
Yeah.
two gals.
Yeah.
But there's another one. This
Next
was
Tuesday.
next Tuesday and it's on,
Staying safer online is what it
Yeah.
says in the thing.
cyber attacks and shit.
That'll scare the shit out of everybody.
Remember Laura yesterday
Lord.
coming in.
I tell you.
And she got her bad.
Yeah, I'm thinking this has been a great collaboration with the library, and I'm really proud that we're able to work with them and bring some of this stuff, and I would.
It's great. Are we still looking at seeing whether something works out for kids in the summer as a once a week program?
Yes, that's what we're working on next.
Yeah, nice.
Yes. So I think this is a really good addition to help with the community.
Yeah, I'm glad to see that number of people showed up this first time out. That's great.
Yeah, it was good. So the next one is better support for the Shirley McClellan, the
Municipal elections. Excellence.
yeah.
The red tape reduction part, yes.
I took the initiative, just wanna make sure you guys are well aware, so when you accept it, you're okay. That I just took this on and just did it for you, because I didn't think it was anything, no requests for any funding or anything.
Yeah,
And it is a regional
and
partnership.
they have changed things to make it work faster, especially emergency.
Yeah.
So it's good.
Thanks for doing that.
So the town of Stettler, doctor recruitment. So the group is made, well, it comes from the town of Stettler and county of Stettler. To get doctors to relocate into the town. And the contribution amounts are there. And I don't know why the recruitment, using the population as the Stettler Waste Management Authority, I don't know what that has to do with us or Ocean Sands are the only ones that are on that authority that use that equation. Because for doctor recruitment, if we get a population increase in summer, it's not exactly, doctor recruitment for a general practitioner, like anybody that comes from the city or Red Deer Lacombe or wherever, they have their own doctors at home. So there may be some effect in the emergency, but I don't think so. So I don't know why that was put in there. That's my personal opinion. And as far as using the population from municipal affairs, which is what we're geared on, is there, so. Is there any comments on whether this should be supported? Or
Yeah, this is an invite,
To discuss.
Yeah,
if your municipality would like to participate.
and I guess the other thing is that Melissa was looking, when we were discussing it, there's no end date, or like, is it a year and then it's done, or is it something to get into? Is it gonna be like a
Looks like
almost
it's
like a
a,
requisition kind of deal every year, or it's a
Yeah.
for doctors?
I think they did mention in here that they've had four doctors take it up, and maybe they're looking for another four or something like that. Is that something that they mentioned somewhere in the letter that I saw?
I didn't see that.
Talk about numbers somewhere in there.
it's a framework.
We would be seeking contributions for 4 new doctors who have now signed, and potentially up to 4 more. Just on top of page, first paragraph on page 46. But yeah, that's right now, so potentially 8 times those individual amounts, depending on whether it's which of the 4 types of doctors it is.
So this graph that you put together, or did we put together the regional doctor recruitment initiative based on the 2 different population calculations?
Yes.
You put that together, not
Well,
them,
in conjunction with Roshan, because it has them listed on here, whether they haven't received their letter.
right?
But, so this inquiry is more directed at us, but we built this. And then when I looked at, as I've been working through your operating budget, and I got your tax rate, and I realized, okay, to cover off something like this, your tax rate will have to increase by 1.5%. If you want to even consider this.
And that's using their SWAMA formula.
Yes, where if you go with using the populations as per 2023 municipal affairs, then it comes much lower, which fits within the 1.5%, where if you use the SWAMA formula,
Okay.
we still wouldn't even cover it.
That's assuming that we contributed at these levels for one of those each types of doctors.
Yes,
Right.
because that's what they're requesting, but I don't know the full dynamics of it at this
Yeah.
point.
So we have options of saying yes and contributing by these formulas for whatever numbers we agree to. We have the option of saying no, or we have the option of saying we're
We're
willing
open
to contribute
this
some other amount.
and discussing, and then you must realize you're gonna have to look at this will change your budget.
Right. I mean, one of the ideas we were chatting about, that we could do would be to budget a certain amount, a fixed amount that we're willing to budget this year as this year only, but make it maybe something like where we'll match community donations within White Sands 1-for-1 up to a certain amount. So maybe if we budget $4,000 or something, then if we get residents that step up and say, I'll donate $100 or I'll donate $200, we'll match up until we've used up that amount. That could be one approach that we could do.
Yeah,
Getting into something like this, if we agree to this, then we're kind of setting precedent that could.
you're not wrong on that.
We almost need to see this as a donation then.
Yeah.
Yeah, because this will affect your tax rate and your tax, what you're gonna do and because you'll have to cover this off in the operating or reserve.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not opposed to saying this is a very, good initiative, and we all agree that, the Stephanie Means Doctors is an important one. Here's one way that we're willing to add some contribution to it. Just an idea I'm throwing out.
Yeah.
Well, I like the
Your
idea.
precedent thought is correct, because this is not a municipal thing, this is a provincial government. The HS. So,
Yeah. And
Has White Sands had any input into this program so far formally?
no,
no, this is all,
I've been
By
into
the-
the meetings,
these were just county and town.
yeah.
And it was a hospital, that's where you see the signs, people
Yeah.
pay $25 for those signs.
Yeah, I've seen them.
And that supports
Yeah.
the initiative.
Yeah,
So is this money above and beyond whatever they're raising? I don't, 'cause I
No,
thought they were raising money for this.
Well, they did. I think part of that, like that group has the money that's helping towards these things, I think.
and how
That's
are
what I
they
understood.
funding it? Are they getting just these donations from signs and other things, or are they getting money from the county?
The
and
town and county are the main drives behind it
Yes.
financial.
They are contributing financially.
so those private donations are on top of this amount or become part of this
You
amount?
would have to talk to the Stetler Needs Doctors Group, so it's like Dean Level and who else is there?
Leona, I think is.
Yes.
Yeah, and Thurgood and Chestnut, Terry Chestnut, is it Terry?
Yeah,
Terry, yeah.
So Stettler Needs Doctors is a separate group from this regional doctor recruitment initiative program, or
Yeah.
it's part like kind of. That's
We don't know.
so.
I don't know for sure.
don't know.
Okay,
So
you
they
like
say
more
we
than
don't
what's in
know.
the letter because, and that little sheet that we did to try and figure out what's going on here because, and how does it affect the budget, because I have the budget ready. This affects the budget.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Well, it is basically asking for a donation.
yeah,
The terms.
yeah.
Well, we don't have to accept the terms, they're suggesting it. It might be worth having some discussion with Roshan and Delano and Big Valley and see, inquire just how they're doing it, and maybe have a.
And how does this really affect you guys?
It affects more our permanent residents than it does the summers, because summer people
Yeah.
have their own doctors. This is to bring new doctors into the area so everybody can have a doctor.
Yeah.
So out of the 174-ish permanent,
How many of them actually have their doctors actually in Stettler and how many may have them outside of
in Red
Stettler,
Deer or wherever.
right? That's why Alberta Health Services is provincial, is because it's a wide open area, right?
yeah, I'm going up to a meeting in Camrose on Friday. Alberta Health Services are doing a provincial tour. And some of these questions might be answered there. It has, Melissa mentioned that in some areas, it's almost been with two towns that are fairly close together, kind of a competition. Depending on what's being offered, and I don't know. It truly seems like, it's I don't know. It seems like it should be Alberta Health Services, business, but it's turned into these personal, groups and municipalities trying to get the doctors.
Because then you've got Denelda, so does Denelda's residents all go to Stettler? Does Denelda residents go towards Camrose? So
Bashaw.
Bashaw, like,
Mhm.
so when I don't know, This is a political question for you guys to figure out if this is where you wanna step into, how you wanna handle this. I don't have any answers for you other than you have to look at all the different variants.
You have the tax rate answer.
The tax rate, answer, which is enough to scare me.
Right, and I guess, you know. How do we think it would be received if we say, you know. No thanks, good luck.
I don't,
Or encourage residents from this municipality to donate to
Yeah,
that.
I mean, I personally lean towards. I think doing a moderate donation, I mean, looking at it as a donation and you know. I know obviously some residents have paid for the $25 signs and all that, so they're great, they're contributing, but. You know, this matching donations are always great programs and stuff like that, and I kind of like that as encouraging residents to donate and send the receipts to us, and we'll match up until whatever limit that we find.
Yeah, because you are using the residents' tax dollars and this is affecting all your residents.
Yeah,
Yeah, this
That's
is,
how you're matching, it's tax dollars.
yeah,
but it doesn't. It's something that doesn't affect the folks that don't live here, and it's out of the tax base, right?
well, yeah, and that's, you know, I agree, like to use the Waste Management Authority numbers is kind of crazy. But. You know, yeah, like I know my own tax dollars, being a Calgary resident, don't, you know, aren't benefiting me back, but. At the same time, I can say that, you know, I think trying to attract doctors is
it's a good thing.
a good thing in the community, and I'm
But
willing
is
to,
it something,
and I'm willing to support some of my tax dollars to it. I don't think I'm comfortable saying, you know, let's go with that formula based on that number and do this as an ongoing thing, but, you know, I'll say as a taxpayer that, you know, we look at donations for like the fishing derbies and things like that, you know. That's it, we can look at things like Goodwill, and this is a good program.
I don't think I have a problem saying no either. Like, just thank you for the invitation to participate. We, at this point in time, we will encourage our residents to support you, but we don't feel that this is something that the village should participate in. We could say that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's not small change. I mean, it's a healthy amount. It's
Mhm.
almost $4,000.
I think it's more than that, like if they talk about 4 doctors plus 4 doctors that they said in there,
Yeah.
that would be,
Might be.
depending, it could be $10,000.
I mean, this is our
Yeah.
math. Our math is their request is for over 5. Our math would put it to over 3. I don't think it hurts to say no. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, you're right, I mean, ultimately it is Alberta Health Services responsibility to bring doctors.
And to
Yeah.
cover and to help make communities,
it's our
retract.
responsibility to make sure the infrastructure's here and to
Yeah,
pay for, to use our tax dollars wisely in
yeah.
this
And
community, but
and should we, like
Because
you're pointing out, should we be also, you know, contributing towards Camrose and Red Deer, because residents here could be going there as well, and then are these places just competing against each other?
that's the thing, this attraction and retention. If you don't leave it in where who's responsible with it, now are you creating unfair competition and pulling? Because you're saying, okay, they're here for 5 years, but that's not, you need longer than 5 years, but you're not guaranteed. Because they could get a better offer for another 5-year term and a bonus and something else to another community. Does it solve the problem?
I would say no. Just. We encourage our residents to participate in doctors with whatever they calling it.
Stepper needs doctors.
Yeah,
Or-
Stettler needs doctors,
So I just
however,
was looking on their website to answer your question, so one of the things they do is with their donations that they will pay a referral of $2,000 to any
Yeah.
public member who successfully refers a new doctor to Stellar. Payment due upon the new doctor signage and commitment letter, the AHS to start. And then go to the support us, they just kind of briefly talk about donate funds will be used to fight to bring doctors to Stellar and keep Stellar Hospital operating with robust labor and delivery anesthesiologists to perform C-sections and a 24/7 emergency department. Keep attention focused on AHS, the lack of community involvement and the shortfalls in its governments in the providing quality healthcare to each rural community it serves. And then holding Premier Daniel Smith and Alberta College of Physicians and Surgeons responsible for securing adequate doctors for the Stellar area.
And in addition, as I had in my updates, the County of Stettler Housing Authority has freed up 8, 12 rooms, something like that.
Yes,
for accommodation.
For accommodations for students or doctors or EMS and all that, and I think they've got 6 of them being used right now. So that's certainly helping to bring in new doctors when they say, you know, for as long as you want, you can, I don't
Yeah.
think it's free, but I think it's certainly.
and the operation of the housing authority is part of your taxes.
Yeah.
Because you do have a requisition, you do not.
Yeah.
Yes. So what's the resolution?
Well, I'd hate for this to turn into another healthcare requisition every year. I don't think it's part of something that the Summer Village of White Sands should support.
Maybe, I can agree with that, when you haven't spoken up yet, but, you know, we could say. We've said no thanks, but, you know, we will highlight this in our next community newsletter and continue to encourage community involvement to.
Donate,
So this is separate from the Stettler doctors, but they're, maybe we can.
We can encourage them to support that.
Yeah,
Stettler needs doctors.
Yeah.
But we're not encouraging the spending of taxpayer money for this.
yeah, okay.
Lauren, you're pretty quiet over there.
Yeah, it's kind of it's hard, but you know, also we're not in the same position as a permanent population.
Right.
So I agree with you guys. And I think probably we can make efforts to advertise what's going on and then have the ratepayers, if they choose to donate to the folks, I think they gotta be tied together here somehow.
Heard like just in. Like kind of media, not media, but like when you hear stuff about the county and the Stellar News doc, you hear about sometimes tied together, but I'm not exactly sure.
They do reference that, I see here.
And they did.
yes,
Furthermore, Stettler needs doctors, a community-led group has introduced a referral incentive.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Yeah, like I
So
saw
they are-
their things, the county, I saw that they were delegated county, what, like this last winter or maybe even earlier this summer, where there's like, this is kind of. We made this group, we kind of have figured out these kind of things and kind of helped with numbers, like to help attract. But yeah, brought it to the county and county.
yeah, I think that's what they did. So somehow funding got involved in this. I don't know what's going on. The first thing in any resolution you do is you will have to decide if you are going to decline your participation in this important effort, but will redirect whatever.
Residents to participate or to support foundations.
Yeah, through their own donation initiatives and.
Well, if you read up again, it says the town and county have developed an incentive, signing bonus basically at 50 and 70. Additionally, the Stettler Health Services Foundation has committed to offering them, interest-free loans. And then the Stettler Needs Doctors has given a referral and what you read. So there are 3 different groups working towards this with different strategies.
So maybe it's to encourage donations to any of the 2 groups.
Yeah,
Involved.
to the 2 non-for-profits.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yes, Stettler Needs Doctors, this is not a registered, I just read that too, it's not registered, and the Stettler,
Health Services Foundation.
foundation.
Yeah,
And then that way you're directing people to
that.
something.
and we can, we will encourage residents to, I'll make that motion.
I would say, you had started it earlier, so I put your name down to decline the invitation, but will encourage residents to support Stettler Needs Doctors or Stettler Services Foundation. It says to support, yeah.
Can you repeat the very beginning of it, to decline?
Decline the invitation as if fill in the rest of the word of
Okay,
it.
to decline the invitation to
In
participate,
the Regional Doctor Recruitment Initiative.
yeah, financially.
Yeah. However, we will encourage residents
Exactly.
to support Stettler Health Services and Stettler Needs Doctors.
we'll do that with the blurb in the next newsletter.
Yeah, I would even put that right in there, and we'll encourage them to support those initiatives. Yeah,
Which I think we've already mentioned, the Stettler Needs Doctors before, but yeah, it's great to do it again.
then it's clear. I'm gonna let her done up.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you vote for it?
All in favor?
Yeah.
Stettler District Ambulance minutes, and then ASBA promoting upcoming webinars for Summer Village election candidates.
That would have useful information a year ago.
Yes,
It probably would be good. Whoever is gonna run again.
yep, that's why we put it out there. Just kidding.
Well, so this is before we call an election that this webinar is happening, which is an interesting
We
time.
need to educate people. We're gonna run what's involved in.
Yeah. Maybe that's a good Facebook posting to say, hey, this is coming up for anybody that may be thinking about it. We will be calling, expecting
Yeah.
election call coming in the next few months or something.
We'll put that out there on Facebook and we'll add it to our election information site,
Yeah.
because we built the whole thing.
Yeah, it's already there.
We put everything
Yeah,
out.
it's live right now.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's live as of the last meeting, when you guys said the nomination dates and stuff like that.
Yeah. So we've already started right off the bat trying to get everything we can out there.
Have to look at that.
Okay.
When did nominations start being accepted? I guess I can look at.
So, you're part, we found out through the municipal affairs, we're only allowed to accept on July 5th.
Yeah,
Only on
15th.
nomination
What?
day, yeah.
yes.
It came down to one, that window is this big.
So
Yeah.
anybody has to be here on July 5th. If we're not here, you can't run.
Or
Or you can do a proxy.
you
You can do a proxy,
yeah, so you're
But yes,
okay.
but yes is the answer.
So it has to, so if you're having a proxy or someone bringing it to me, because I'm the returning officer, they have to have it notarized before it comes to
yeah,
me.
you can have it all filled in, notarized, anywhere.
Somebody physically has to present it to the office.
Yes, July 5th,
Wow.
Between the hours of 10 o'clock and
2,
Wow.
yeah,
10 till noon,
yeah,
Okay, well,
or 10 till 2.
I know, I know.
yeah.
Cause we thought it was a month, right?
10 till noon.
10 till noon, yeah.
Until
it's
noon,
10
yeah,
till
until
noon.
the noon. yeah.
So you got a 2-hour window to present it in person, in a written form.
Sit there and take out the competition as they're coming up.
Yeah, just say, sorry, we're closed today. Just put the sign up, closed.
It's like, cause even in the by-election, like, there's 2 things. And we thought, this is ridiculous, and then talking to other summer villages, well, no. We can accept it anytime, but then as we called municipal affairs, and they're like, no.
Huh.
Summer villages are staying the old way.
But everyone
Council
else can
has to
start
make the
January
decision.
1st.
Yeah, everyone else is wide open.
Yeah.
But we are not.
Beyond silly,
Yeah,
but
we've
okay.
been like that for years and years and years.
It's ridiculous, but yeah.
And then regulation is also reads if you put your nomination in there, you have 24 hours to cancel it.
Yeah. Which in some ways is great for us, but I'm wondering about the larger municipalities, off topic. They can start and they can get their forms in January 1st. But at that actual end nomination day, they still have 24 hours and they could have been collecting, but I don't know how it all works, but I was like, this is simple for me.
Yeah, actually, it's been a good, that 24-hour thing is a good thing sometimes
Yes,
for the person. And sometimes for, instead of an election, there's an acclamation, and that's happened with us before. It's for running. One meeting.
I'm back out in the
And
24th.
that was acclamation, so.
yeah, and then you have some cost savings because you don't have to run a full election,
But anyway,
but
okay, so Bill 20, you're gonna look into,
yes.
and the Hall Society wants to do cleaning, deep cleaning for $280
Yeah,
from their rental money.
and I said I needed to bring this to you guys because that rental money is part of the agreement and council should approve whether you're okay with this and. Yeah. I'm okay with it, but it's, my recommendation would be to say yes.
Okay, I'll move that.
I agree with that.
Okay,
Okay,
The $280.
yeah, okay, to cover the deep cleaning rental.
All in favor? Now, we did get that email after the deadline from the Hall Society. Should we be discussing that today, or should we defer that to the next meeting?
Because we've got to add that to the agenda.
I know.
You
Sorry,
guys
I should've-
received something?
Well, the email basically clarifying their priorities and asking the similar questions.
Yeah, which we did send them off a letter.
You guys went through it like 2 council meetings ago. They're
Yeah,
the same things.
they're the exact same thing, so we just,
Well, what, they asked me why we hadn't responded,
I emailed to all 3 of them.
yeah, we did have a letter.
but did the letter say we're gonna think about it, or?
The only thing is that the one, for the stuff around the hall, you're waiting for the MR.
Yeah,
The rest of it, like the digital sign.
we turned down the digital
Can you
sign.
pull it up?
Yeah.
We'll just pull it up, but we did notify them right after you guys had your preliminary discussions.
I'm gonna pull up, you guys were CC'd on
The
that.
CAO is on the email on Monday, yeah.
Yeah, from Cheryl Van Duzen, updated budget request, so we can talk about it, I'm sorry, I should have put it on the new items, but. Or do we wanna talk about it, or do we wanna defer it, or how do we wanna handle that?
So you wanna add on more things to the budget that you want to?
I didn't say anything,
Well,
they've asked,
we clarified a little bit on what the highest priority budget items are.
yeah,
Yeah, okay,
so are any of those budget items on our budget?
Some of them are, like, you know, the cleaning of the hall is something that was just done by summer student labor essentially. So-
yeah, those, the outside stuff, the regular outside stuff.
Okay, but the air curtain, the,
The air curtain, no,
You know, some of the things are,
Those
some of the things are fairly low budget that we could look at, like the sandwich boards or
Yeah.
upgraded cork. I mean, like, we.
but we haven't finally, we did not,
and we do the Canada Day grant, which we've already talked to them about
So
that.
on February 26th.
Yeah, you got it there
Oh,
because we
yeah.
did it right away.
February 26th, I sent up to Cheryl, to Andrea, and their main one, what's it called? It's coming up, the name is Judy Pillar. Oh, there you go. It says White Sands Hall Society at gmail.com. I said, or it was said, at the meeting on February 24th, 2025, council reviewed the Hall Society budget items request for 2025 municipal budget. After further deliberation of the preliminary budget and additional budget requests, council's made the three resolutions, which I copy and pasted. So council assembled to move the retaining wall, party tent, and smaller gravel to the MR-PAC committee to review under the community survey on the current future recreation needs and that one, okay? Moved by council Zembel to not approve the digital billboard, and then councilor Zembel to move the rest of the items to be reviewed under administration with no set funds allocated to any set items in the 2025 operational budget.
So moved it to administration to look at ways of funding it or
To
getting.
review and see what things we could accomplish under just our regular operating stuff, but other stuff would have to be.
So we're not,
Yeah.
so we didn't say no to it for the 25 budget, we said, is that, maybe it's a little bit unclear what we said.
They're basically looking for, what are we doing with the air curtains? Can we fix the front door? Can we do the bug extermination? You know, what can we do about signage? They're asking, if you read their email, it says, here's our priorities. And I said, well, you need to prioritize, and no, we're not putting an electrical sign up is basically what I.
Well, they
Yeah.
got that already, you said no to it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Well-
so we did that by replying.
Yeah, and you know, I think we can look at incorporating within our existing budget, perhaps, you know, some of these smaller things. I know one of the things I said that I still think is
Yeah.
the case, things like the air curtain, we've got $280.
yeah.
I think that's the cost to pick it up at Costco or whatever. I don't think that includes the cost to install it. Have they, you know, are we
Considered
being
that.
realistic about what it's gonna cost? Because some of those things just seem far too cheap for an installed cost.
Yeah.
Bug extermination, maybe that's something that's a good thing to
Well,
go forward with, because you leave that and it's just gonna continue to get worse.
Well, or is it just cleaning? Like, I don't know until can assess what's gonna happen this year, like those maple bugs, I don't know, that's been an issue for 3-4 years now. that We've gone through the maple bug season.
Those black and red bugs,
Yes.
I had a pile of those on the cabin on the fall this year, I never seen it
Everybody
before.
does.
Before.
Yeah, so, but I know that there are some things that maybe there's, like I sent the maintenance in the summer kids in and they vacuumed all of the venting and got right around in the corners and it seemed to help. But I don't know, I think there's more that has to be assessed now that I'm here, we can monitor better.
Yeah.
But I can't, yeah, so that was kind of where you guys went with, what can we monitor and take a look at within our already maintenance stuff that we do? But not locking us into anything concrete until we can figure everything out.
Well, maybe what we can do is we can just bring this forward in the next meeting as information and discuss it and, you know, see what
Yeah.
where we are in the next one.
Should
And
it be part of the budget discussion, because
And then the
most
party,
of these have a budget implication.
yes,
well,
and that's what you guys talked about, and I brought it. Now the party tent. Did you guys know there's a party tent
Back there?
back there?
No, I didn't.
It's very,
It's big.
and it's very difficult to put together without, if you don't know how to do it. It came from Fountain Tanner. They donated it and it's all,
I have put one of those up, I know.
it's a,
But it,
it's a job, but it can be done, but someone has to know how to do it. And it's in I
Well,
think 4 boxes.
and then
stainless
where would you
wood.
put it up? And
Well, they put it up in the.
Put it up
parking
right in
lot
front
before.
here. I don't think there's I looked at the boxes and we opened them up and I'm like, holy crap, they're here.
Yeah, no, I didn't realize we had one, I put one up, so.
But then again, that I guess is the next question of, and maybe we should bring this to the next meeting for discussion of, like, we did send a letter. We'll bring the letter that we attached, we'll attach it to this so that you know what was sent from the previous discussions. And what we are trying to keep within the budgets that you're already approving.
So I think we should respond to the email that was
Okay.
sent out.
Okay,
And maybe we do attach a previous, and then, we will be further discussing at any budget implications at our budget meeting.
Yeah,
Yes,
it can go to the budget meeting for sure.
so
Yeah.
can you,
I'm just taking that email and I'm sending it back to those 3 people.
I mean, I can't remember in our budget, but I think there is some amount in there for hall stuff.
Yeah.
But it's not,
it's not,
Yeah, I think they're more looking for a response saying, well, we got nothing.
yeah. The tone of the email is not very nice.
No, but they were, I was at the meeting, they were frustrated and fair enough.
Yeah.
They were frustrated that we kind of said, well, all of that, no. That's what they heard.
Right.
So I think we need to address.
yeah,
There was also a request to take down the old structure for the old sign. But I didn't address that. Like the posts and stuff,
Oh.
it just sits there and
Yeah,
It's
where's
another
where's that
reminder.
post? I was reading about
it's
that.
an ugly reminder, is basically what they were saying.
Well, there could be something on there, that structure costs $10,000. I mean,
I have been working on ideas,
Maybe
which will
down the
come
road
into our
somewhere.
budgets,
put some-
capital budget stuff.
Well, they also suggested that, the sign that Roshan, that was part of the sandwich board. Is like Roshan has the welcome to, and it's nicely done in wood, and then
I have all
coming
that,
events and all that kind of stuff.
I have all that for you to discuss through your capital.
So that's part of the capital budget.
That's what I've added for your capital for
Okay,
discussion.
so again, some of these have been addressed or will be addressed as we're gonna respond in the budget process.
Yes,
and we've been talking about doing something with that parking lot as well, so.
Yeah, but again, we wanted that community input in that.
yeah, because we need to know where we're going and how to spend,
And
because,
that's what your group is about too.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
And that's what your letter that we had sent to them was about.
I think, I would feel better if we addressed that.
Yeah,
But I want a motion before you send anything.
Yeah.
Do a motion, cause you kinda added this.
Yeah, sorry,
So let's make sure we've clearly added it and do the motion to resend the email,
to respond to the email.
to respond to the email.
Sorry, I didn't mean to spring that on you, I
It's
thought,
okay.
yeah. Okay. Anything else? Where's the?
And then redirect it to budget discussions.
Is it, wasn't it?
To review at the next budget meeting.
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, I'm getting tired.
okay, moved by someone to respond to emails sent by the Hall Society. And resending the letter. And hold on. And resending the letter
That was provided on,
provided back in February.
With more clarification. How's that?
yeah,
With further clarification or however you're gonna say it.
Further clarification.
with further clarification.
And we'll review at the next budget meeting at the end of April.
How's that?
Yeah,
Sure.
Great.
what else you got?
All in favor?
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
Aaron moved.
oh, yeah, move it and then.
Adjournment.
He's
So are
moved.
we accepting the other correspondence as information?
Yep.
Okay, okay, and now adjourned, which would be. Time is at 1:34.
Oh, that one went long,
Yeah.
longer than I thought it was gonna take.
Did, those public hearings
Yeah.
actually were shorter, but